चेक चेक हाँ परफेक्ट ठीक है। तो ये माइक बस ये मेरे लिए साइड में रख दीजिए तो whenever I need to go on stage ठीक हाँ ये साउंड ओके
সেট করে না সেট হবে
चलो ठीक
অফ করে দিই এটা অফ করো
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good lunch. We are about to restart with our session, that is Keynote, Leading in a Digital First World Through Secure Network Transformation. And our speaker before we went for lunch was Mr. Shobhanik Raut, Regional Head Tata Communications. And he is about to rejoin us again here. And in the meanwhile, I hope all of you have been using the hashtags to put out your stories. It's very interesting to see all your stories, so please don't forget to put in the hashtags and connect with us, like our page, connect with us on Twitter, on Facebook, and on LinkedIn. And in a short while, we are going to have a good laugh. I've already met the gentleman who's going to make us laugh a lot, and he seems like a fun person. And he is going to put in a lot of laughter into all of you. And that's going to bring in a lot of happy hormones. Okay, once again, here we have with us our speaker, Mr. Shobhanik Raut. Please give him a round of applause to welcome him back. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Bit of a new situation, pre-lunch and then post-lunch. I will not take much time because already some of these slides we already covered, but we are yet to conclude where we are. Just to give a kind of a flashback, we are talking about how to the enterprise, how to sustain and be ahead in this digital first world. We've seen the kind of levers which are coming up, definitely the experience part of it, making the entire system more hyper-connected and creating the security fabric to protect all your digital assets. So these are the kind of the new realities in this digital first world what we are in now. In terms of the organizations, what the with this new reality, how the CIOs are rethinking what they should do and how they should do. It is about making the customer experience, and obviously at the same time your user experience is equally important, because you are putting the users into a new environment to sustain, where the accessibility of your application, your collaboration platform, security, everything is changed. People who have become very comfortable with some amount of the infrastructure they will be using for a long time, it gives a kind of the initial the teething issues. So the user experience is important, but at the same time your customer experience is very important to create a wow factor so that they continue business with you. And then finally, through creating the ecosystem with the security in place, the enterprises are looking to re-architect their complete the assets which are in place through the compute, the new network, new way of collaborating, multi-channel collaborating, and through the secure channel. Here we are all talking about how we are helping those enterprises to adopt those changes, and in that two of the verticals we talked about the network, which is obviously one of the critical the vertical, which is an enabler for any transformation. The cloud and security, which is nowadays a new normal, you need to rethink about what you need to do. You need to do it calibrately. But the third one, which is very important, the collaboration part of it. So earlier we all used to have a face-to-face connect. Collaboration was not that critical, but it has become very critical because many organizations are using various different platforms and need to be federated to have a seamless experience when they are actually interacting. The second one, nowadays we all are very much habituated to interact digitally. Let's say through the message, through WhatsApp, through the chatbots, agents, live agents, video. So these are multiple channels are live in front of us, and we are all using in our regular life. Enterprises are also using it, but those are very discrete. We don't have a common orchestration layer to see how those multiple channels are actually collaborating. That's the reason that the experience what we are talking about, it is not coming out that way what it actually supposed to be. The reason for that, we have come up with a platform called Communication Platform as a Service, which basically works like an orchestrator. So you have a messaging, you have a WhatsApp, you have a mailing, you have any other communication of channel can be integrated through the platform as a service, and it can auto orchestrate between different channels. So example, you are sending a message, it is not working, that the platform itself will take a call to send a next WhatsApp message to the user. It could be your end user, it could be your internal user, so to say any the use case you are looking for. And the programming can be done in such a way that till the time you are trying to connect to the end user are not responding to the message or to the notification, it will keep on connecting back to that user and get the final results coming out of it. So that's how this the communication platform as a service is becoming very important in this multi or an omni-channel world of the digital connect. And the final one is the product or the service we call out, because now we are all mobile, we travel a lot, we go to various destinations, various countries, but reachability back to your enterprise application sometimes difficult and sometimes costly. So that's why we are trying to create a network, often private network over the same connect. So if you are moving outside the India or you are moving to any of the country across the globe, you will be privately connected and reaching back to your application through the product called the Move. It is more of the mobility solution. So net, we are trying to help the enterprises to take the shift from the network, cloud and security, and finally the collaboration part of it. With this, what you can reimagine about your enterprises? One, to become more global. You expand your business across the globe, across the segment, across the markets, and we can actually help you in terms of any sort of connectivity you are actually looking for and making it more cost effective and agile and internet friendly. Second one, to provide experience. So the multiple times we are reiterating the experience because it's important in terms of your end user and in terms of your the customer experience. The platforms what we are talking about, the CPaaS or the multi-channel collaboration platform, all are helping for achieving the customer experience, and obviously it can help more collaborating each other. Third one is, which is very important, any investment enterprise do with the mindset that something productive in terms of business, in terms of the cash flow or the revenue. So that all can actually come when the entire ecosystem is connected. You are become efficient in terms of responding to the end customer, your partners or your vendors. So connecting all will help to enhance the productivity and efficiency. The last one, again, to help you to protect any application access wherever you are, you may be sitting at your office, you may be sitting at your home, accessing application from any of the devices to any of the platform, making that secure is very important. So with the zero trust network coming in and the SASE, the cloud security coming in, we can think about an holistic the integration of security along with the cloud part of it. Now all these four is actually helping to sum up and build an agility for an enterprise what we all are looking for. So the first thing we mentioned at the very beginning of my slide, in this new era of the cloud first world, the golden rule is the enterprise who will survive, who is agile. So with this, the motto is to help enterprise to become agile across the products and services, and they become ahead of their competitors into their own perspective field. With this, I am done. Any question, I am absolutely happy to take it, or I will be there outside. You can immediately connect with me after the session as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shobhanik Raut. Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. K.K. Mahapatra, Head Advisor, Infocom, to kindly come forward to present a memento to Mr. Shobhanik Raut. May I request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of AVP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present the memento. Kalida is a very busy person. He runs around a lot, so probably he's running around for some work. Huge round of applause and a photo opportunity. Thank you, sir, for that very interesting session. Please take your seat in the auditorium. And now, ladies and gentlemen, like I had promised you, we are going to have a good laugh. And we already have with us the gentleman who's promised to make us laugh.
Let's go, carry on. I'll tell him. No problem, you can. Yeah, you have
I simply love laughing, you know, so I just can't wait to hear Azim Banatwala, and he's here to make all of us laugh. He's one of India's top stand-up comedians. He has 2 stand-up specials on Amazon Prime and has represented India at the Melbourne and Edinburgh International Comedy Festivals. He is known for his satirical take on current affairs and is a member of the popular comedy group East India Comedy. But let me tell you here, before I welcome him onto the stage, there is a special request from the stand-up comedian himself. Please refrain from taking any videos. Of course, you can take some pictures, but no videos, please. Thank you. And please welcome on stage the one and only Azim Banatwala. Put your hands together.
Hi. It's very nice to be here. Could we get a big round of applause for this fantastic event today? Yes. I can understand you all have had quite serious discussions and things going on today, but I'm here to just lighten the mood, which is a bit of a challenge doing stand-up comedy at 2:30 p.m. post-lunch, but we'll do what we can today. First of all, just want to get to know the room a little bit. All the people who are from Kolkata, give us a cheer. Yes? Yeah, no raising hands. It's not a conference. We need cheers or applause. Let's do that. Let's try a round of applause. Yeah? Okay. Let's give us a loud cheer if you're doing well. Cheers. Yes, there we go. All right. People from Kolkata, make some noise. All right. Very nice. Kolkata is one of my favorite cities to perform in. You know, there's a very romantic saying people have about Kolkata. You know, they say that time stands still in Kolkata. Yeah. And I've been here many times. I've realized that time moves on. Only people are standing still in Kolkata. Because I remember I was coming from the airport today, and I was in the cab, and I saw at the traffic signal, which first of all took like 6 minutes, there was a man on the road who was just standing, not doing anything, not talking to anyone, not looking at anyone, just professionally standing. Yeah. And I was like, boss, do something, yeah, please do something. And then, this is not today, it's a story from 6 months ago. But that day, it started raining. And finally, of course, he did go inside. And he went inside, came out with an umbrella, continued to stand. This is Kolkata for you. Okay, so people who are Kolkata, we know. People from Bengal, general Bengal people, make some noise. Okay, one person very excited, very nice. People who are not from India, can we get a cheer? Not from India? All right, awesome. Welcome, sir. So I'll give you a small tour of where I am from in India. I come from a city called Mumbai. How many of us have been to Mumbai before? Yes? How many of us are from Mumbai? Give us a cheer if you're from Mumbai. Lovely. Where in Mumbai are you from? Navi Mumbai. That's not Mumbai, ma'am. Okay? Okay, Navi Mumbai is pretending to be Mumbai. But fair enough. Welcome. It's okay. We don't discriminate. Welcome. Okay, sorry ma'am, I apologize. Now, I will do anything for laughter. No, but I'm from Mumbai. Mumbai, of course, is known as the home of Bollywood. It's also known as the home of the advertising industry. And you'll see, if you ever come to Mumbai, you'll see the most creative advertising you will see anywhere. And this is not through billboards or hoardings. It is through nonsensical flyers that are placed on walls across the city. You know? I saw one last week, flyer on a wall in Mumbai, said, learn to read English in 10 days. It was written in English. Slight hole in the marketing plan. The other one said, learn to drive without car. Contact Mr. Akshay. I was like, this is some space age technology. Learn to drive without car. What's next? Learn to eat without food. Contact Baba Ramdev. Could happen. Learn to act without acting. Contact Salman Khan. It could happen. But my personal favorite flyer, if you are ever in Mumbai, you go to an area called Juhu, which is by the beach, you will see this one flyer plastered everywhere, every wall, which has a phone number on it and 2 words written on it. And these 2 words are Massage Raju. Which is very weird. Because first of all, who is Raju? Secondly, if it was Raju Massage, I would still get it. But Massage Raju means that I have to go and give Raju a massage. Not seeing the value in this proposition. But okay, you guys seem like a nice audience. You all are smiling, which is nice. So I can see it's going well. But for these things to do better, I need you to move your hands. If you're enjoying something, let's do applause. Makes it look better. See, the thing is that I have already been paid. This is in your interest. But all of us who are engineers, make some noise. People who are engineers, wow, the sadness is amazing, right? I am, of course, an engineer myself, and it's so nice to be standing here in front of all these brands that did not come to my college for campus recruitment. But I did my engineering from a college in Mumbai called Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology. I'll tell you, if you have children, do not send them to this college. It was a terrible college. When I joined this college, 2006, it had A+ accreditation from Mumbai University. When I left, 4 years later, it had fallen down to C grade. In 4 years, this college went from Rajiv Gandhi to Rahul Gandhi. That's what happened over there. There we go. Applause. Now we get it. Superb. Excellent. But of course, all the IT people, how many of us work in and around Bangalore? Any people from who are familiar with Bangalore over here? Yeah? Couple of people over there. Of course, you can't talk about IT without talking about Bangalore. And in Bangalore, everybody is into IT. Everybody. Even the Uber drivers are into IT over there. And Bangalore is a lovely city. Only complaint I have about Bangalore is why is the airport in Hyderabad. But it's true. And I was taking an Uber from Bangalore, from the airport to the city, which if you've done that, it takes roughly 3 days, right? And on the way to the city, at some point, the GPS signal that the Uber guy follows on the map disappeared. And we were lost. I was like, shit, what do we do? The Uber guy, engineer, smart guy. He was like, sir, I have an idea. He said, sir, you open your window a little bit. Through the gap, the GPS will come. I was also impressed. I was like, let's try. Open the window, bloody GPS came. I was like, wow, this guy's some kind of scientist. I asked him, do you have any more tech tips for my day-to-day life? He said, sir, behind your Wi-Fi router at home, put table fan, internet will become fast. I was like, you've done engineering? He's like, yes, I worked at Infosys 3 years. No, but it's very nice. How many of us, just give us a cheer if we are happy to be outdoors after 2 years of this pandemic? Yes? So nice, so good. And it was genuinely, all of us, like COVID took away a lot of things, sure, and it gave us this one thing that united us as a species, especially in the corporate world, this one thing that united all of us, this amazing, incredible thing called Zoom. And all of us were very enthusiastic about Zoom. First wave, everyone's very enthusiastic. Everyone's like, background should look nice, very nice. Bookshelf should be here, bookshelf. Even then, you're like, put laptop in front of bookshelf, one plant should come over here, plant. By second wave, plant was dead. Second wave, nobody cared. You're in a meeting with your boss, underwear hanging in the background. You're like, boss, continue. Your landlord will burst into the house, middle of the meeting. Why are you not paying rent? You're like, shut up, uncle, meeting is on. He also joins the call along with you. He's also, beta, your financial projection is very nice. Why is he not paying rent? But for people, I was most suspicious of the people who were doing this. You guys know that if you did not have a good background, you could blur the background. I was very suspicious of these blurred background people. What is going on in your house that needs to be so aggressively hidden? Genuinely, I was very suspicious of these people. And some people had this thing called the virtual background, right? And I think the virtual background tells you a lot about the personality of the person that you're interacting with, right? Because immediately you see a virtual background and you see that this person is a traveler, a wanderluster. The lust for wandering is palpable. Some people talking to you from the moon directly, always exciting. Neil Armstrong himself on the call. My favorite, I swear to you, I was doing a Zoom virtual event show where this guy, his virtual background, I swear to you, was a picture of him only. I'm sorry, what level of self-obsession is this? I will be foreground and background both. 2 layers of mediocrity I'm having to look at over here. No, but it is nice to be out in the real world. I think we all missed doing a lot of things in the last couple of years. The one thing that a lot of us missed, of course, how many of us missed traveling over the last 2 years? Give us a cheer if we missed traveling. Yes? Yeah, but how many of us did not miss seeing other people's travel updates? Because people, especially in India, love showing off about their vacations. Especially the international vacations. They'll just throw it in your face very subtly. One friend of yours will just come like, yeah, man, we did Budapest. How did it? Doing Prague, doing. Put up Facebook status, London calling. Only for international vacation. Nobody ever says we did Tirupati. No, there is never any Shirdi calling. My personal favorite is like some people, they are even more minimalist. They'll just put up a Facebook status with the name of the city they are in. Just put a Facebook status, Budapest. Khatam. Like, what am I supposed to do with this information? Now, I reply with my own random comment to mess with them. I put my own place. Under Budapest, I put Bagdogra. Now you figure this out. But I've realized that most vacations that we are sold as consumers these days are a complete scam, right? And the biggest scam of all we are sitting in right now, which is the scam called the 5-star hotel, right? Now, I have 2 complaints about 5-star hotels. Number 1 is that I cannot afford them, right? And you would think, right, you pay sometimes 10,000-15,000 for a 5-star hotel room. You would think that everything inside the room is included in this fee. It is not. Everything is chargeable. You touch one packet of peanuts, one guy jumps out of the cupboard. Yes, sir, 2,000 rupees. Everything is chargeable except for that one bottle of mineral water. And even about that, the hotel does makes it seem like they're doing such a big favor because on the bottle, they put a tag. Says, with our compliments. 10,000 rupees room, 10 rupees bottle, enjoy yourself. Yeah. With our compliments. Second problem that I have with 5-star hotels, you go to 5-star hotels in India, which have been made for Indian people to use them. Go into the bathroom, sit on the toilet seat, you get done with your business, your hand reaches out to the right. And then nothing. Toilet paper. And in that moment, as an Indian, you feel so betrayed. Thinking, you idiots, the one place where you should have put water with your compliments. There we go. Now, but all vacations are a complete scam. Beach vacation, biggest scam of all, beach vacation, right? I'm here to tell you that beaches in India and beaches abroad are the same. The only difference is that beaches abroad have white people. And that is white people's key contribution to mankind, which is that they make beaches look amazing. They call it white sand beach when you go abroad. That's just white people reflecting on the sand. That's all it is. It's true. Think about this. You go to any beach or any country of your choice, France, Italy, Spain, wherever. You go to that beach, you look at it, you'll be like, wow, so beautiful, so pristine, so amazing. You take all the white people out, put the same number of Indian people like, Chichi, this is Goa, Baga Beach, let's go home, yaar, please. I do not feel safe in this environment. Beach vacations, complete scam. This Goa is also a complete scam. How many of us love Goa? Just give us a cheer if you like going to Goa. Yeah? I am here to tell you that you can simulate Goa in the comfort of your own home. All you need is just switch the fan off, get little sand for texture, get one Kingfisher beer. And to complete the experience, hire somebody in your house to switch off the Wi-Fi router every 10 minutes. You are in Goa. But now we're talking about the big scam of beach vacations is done. The second biggest scam in vacations is the nature vacations. This amazing scam that people sell you called camping. This is the experience of camping. You pay somebody money. In exchange for this money, they take you to a place where there is no bed, no electricity, no outdoors. No water. You have to defecate outdoors. Why am I paying money to live like I have no money. What is the point of this experience? They say, do it for the experience. This experience is called bankruptcy. Okay. You sell this experience to Vijay Mallya. All right. And the one subset of the nature vacations which a lot of people love to go for is the tiger safari. Give us a cheer if you've been for a tiger safari. Yeah. Yeah, what a waste of time, no? Yeah, they wake you up at 5 in the morning to see a tiger, yeah. I don't want to wake up at 5 a.m. to see a tiger. I am fairly certain the tiger does not want to wake up at 5 a.m. to see me. Yeah? Nobody thinks of the tiger's feelings, which are he's waking up in the morning, brushing his teeth, some idiot is taking a selfie on the side. How does he feel? It's terrible. And all the people, okay, now give us a cheer if you have seen a tiger on a tiger safari. Yeah, of course you have, ma'am. Navi Mumbai has seen everything. Yeah. Yeah. See, the thing is, now the people who have seen the tiger on a safari, they come back and make this act of seeing the tiger sound like the most life-changing experience in the world. No? Yeah, it's true, no, ma'am. One of my friends, she did this. She came back, she's like, Azim, I saw a tiger and I cried, okay, I cried. I was like, why? She's like, Azim, you don't understand, okay. You see, the tiger is a powerful beast that is capable of killing humans. And to see it drinking water so peacefully, it just made me cry. I was like, okay, auntie, counter argument. Humans are also powerful beasts, capable of killing humans. Would you cry if I drank water? Is the question to ask yourself. It's true. Thank you. Thank you. But we are very fanatic about tigers in this country. Some people get very overly excited. I saw somebody put up a Facebook status saying the tiger population in India has increased from 1400 to 2400. Yay! We did it. We did it. I'm not sure you understand how biology works, my friend. We are the reason why they were 1400 to begin with. The tiger didn't wake up one day and say, "No, I don't like sex anymore. I'm Buddhist tiger." No. It's because we were chasing tiger with guns. Tiger is trying to get it on. Then Salman Khan entered the jungle. Makes it very difficult. But give us a cheer if all of us who are married in this room, give us a cheer. Yeah? Married people? All right, enthusiasm, I can feel it, right? So I have been married now for, 7 years and one pandemic. So I think 17 years. I think the pandemic adds 10 years. And the thing that brought me and my wife together was the fact that both of us were introverts. We bonded over our common hatred for extroverts, right? And everything was going great for the first 3 years of our marriage. Then we found out my wife is actually not an introvert. Yes, we found out my wife is actually depressed. Yeah, so then she went to therapy for 3 years and came out as an extrovert. And then I got depressed. So then I started going to therapy. I told the therapist, make me also extrovert. And after 1 year of therapy, he got depressed. So now both of us go to my wife for joint sessions. So it's fine. But I got married for my generation fairly early. I got married at the age of 24. And everyone, when I was getting married, everyone was like, "Oh, Azim, you're getting married too early, and this is too much." And that's okay. We'll let people. Welcome, sir. Welcome. But yeah, okay. What were we talking about? Yes. Married. I got married. Attention over here, guys. This is the true attraction of the show. This is also good, but no, but I got married at the age of 25, and all my friends were like, "Azim, why are you getting married so early? This, that, and the other." And I went to my dad, right? And I asked my dad, why do people say that it is difficult to be married? And my father, my biological father, in that moment, he looked me in the eye and he said, "Give it time. One day you will know. That day will come." I was like, thanks for the positivity, yeah. But I have realized through my 7 and plus 2 years of being married that there is a certain amount of adjustment that you have to do in any relationship, right? Married, dating, whatever it is, you have to pick your battles. There are some arguments and fights that you cannot win, and you have to accept this. Like for me, for instance, I know that with me and my wife, I will never get to a social gathering like this on time. Because I know my wife takes a while to get ready. But then I started thinking, right, engineering brain. I was like, why does she take time to get ready, right? And I have figured it out. See, the biggest bottleneck for the getting ready process of my wife and many women across the world is the picking out of the dress. Because this is what my wife does. She opens her cupboard. And her cupboard is not a cupboard. It is a jungle. There are clothes there that are so old they have mutated and transformed into living organisms, all right? You open the cupboard, bras are flying around like pterodactyls. Bra, bra, it's scary. This is what my wife does, right? She opens her cupboard and she stares and continues to stare. And then 30 minutes into staring, into an endless barrage of clothes, she concludes, I have nothing to wear. How? I can't do this, dude. My wife, she takes me shopping also to these places, all these fancy stores in Bombay, all these Palladium Mall and all, you may have been, like all these fancy designer brands she wants me to shop from, Zara, Gucci, Diesel, Petrol, expensive things. Can't afford them these days, right? Can't do that. And it's terrible. It's terrible with my wife. But I have realized that once you're in a relationship for long enough, you will start seeing that the same things start happening over and over again in your relationship. Same patterns keep repeating, same conversations keep repeating. And I can summarize for you every conversation that me and my wife have in 3 words. And these 3 words are something, anything, and nothing. Every conversation. Wife comes up to me, hey, what you doing? Nothing. Want to do something? Okay, let's do something. What do you want to do? Anything. Anything specific? Oh, nothing. Why don't you think of something? Something like what? Anything. Why do I have to think of something? You think of something. Fine, let's not do anything. What happened? Nothing. I'm telling you, women, like my wife, she has this amazing genius ability to give me as a man what I want at the exact moment that I do not want it. The best, sir. You should never be the one laughing alone at this, sir. And the best example of this is this genius award-winning invention which my wife uses on me called the silent treatment. Because see, as a man, and I will address all the men over here, no matter how much you love your wife, partner, whoever, there comes a point, and we all know whether we admit it or not, there comes a point where in some tiny corner of your brain you are going, when will she stop talking? When will she stop talking? When will she stop talking? And one day, without any warning, she stops talking. And now your universe is turned upside down. You're like, why is she not talking? Why is she not talking? Why is she not talking? Yeah? Because she has gone from Modi ji to Manmohan. You have no idea how to deal with this. Yeah? And when this happens as a man, you start looking back at your past 24 hours. You know? It's like solving a murder mystery, but backwards. Because you know who the criminal is. It's you. Now you have to identify what the crime was. Right? You start thinking, okay, what did I do? I had breakfast. No, that's not it. I went to the bathroom. No, that's allowed. Accepted friend request from ex-girlfriend. That's the one. Then once you've identified the crime as a man, you have 2 options, right? If it's a big crime, you are screwed. Just apologize and get done with it. But if it's a small crime, you can counter her silent treatment with your own silent treatment. You're like, you won't talk to me, I also won't talk to you. Ha ha. And you do this and you feel good about it for 1 hour. Then you realize you have to apologize anyway. And you go to apologize. Now it's a different variation of the same conversation. Like, baby, say something. I don't want to say anything. Baby, say something. I will say nothing. Baby, I'm sorry. For what? Everything. Everything. But there comes a point in my life. So there's this entire Indian stereotype. I used to live with my parents along with my wife for a while. And there was this entire Indian stereotype that the wife and mother-in-law will never get along. And I am here to tell you that this is absolutely true. 100% true. If it was not true, Ekta Kapoor would not have a career only right now. All right? And it's amazing, right? Because this started happening where my wife would get, my mom and wife would start having tensions. My wife would come to me and she would be like, what is this? Your mom's not talking to me. I don't understand what I did, and I would feel so happy. So I would be like, ha ha! Now you know what that feels like. Because this is the first time that she is in a relationship with a woman. She has no idea how to deal with this. My mom's skill level is too high. My mom has been doing net practice with Dadi for 10 years now. She's been waiting for this moment. It's like, bring it. Right? And see, there comes a point as any individual where you stop really processing what your parents say to you. It's in from here, out from there, right? And my mom, when she's annoying me, these days it's in from here, out from there. But Indian mothers have a secret weapon, right? So when they are irritated with you and they cannot get through to you and they cannot mess with you, they will mess with your wife to mess with you indirectly. And it is very irritating when this happens, right? Because my mom is upset with me. My mom's no longer talking to me. She starts irritating my wife. My wife gets pissed off. My wife is no longer talking to me. I'm like, okay, I can't sit in the bedroom anymore. I say, chalo, I'll go out. I'll sit in the living room. Go into the living room. My mom's sitting there, also not talking to me. Like, okay, where the hell do I go now? I say, chalo, I'll sit in the kitchen. Go into the kitchen. I find my dad there. He's like, hi, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, he lights up a cigarette, pours a drink, he hands it to me and he says, I told you this day would come. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we have a couple of things we can do to finish. Actually, let me tell you a little bit more about myself. I don't know if you guys can tell. I mean, based on this reaction, you probably can't. But I found out something about myself very recently. I found out that I am a celebrity. Usually I get slight applause over here, but... okay, fine, Kolkata, be like that. No, it's fine. Now don't give me pity applause. It's over, all right. But I found out I was a celebrity because I was listed on a very prestigious celebrity website called celebritybirthdays.com. Yeah, they got my birthday wrong. Do I care? Not really. I was like, you had one job. But celebritybirthdays.com knows things about me that even I don't know. They have made a profile for me where they have listed with complete confidence things like Azim Banatwala net worth. And very optimistic they are, I must say. Because they have listed my net worth, me, this guy, $5 to $10 million. I start searching my house, kidhar hai paisa? Who is hiding this money? You check this maid, she's stealing $1 million every day and going, I think. But in fairness, they were not wrong by that much, just about $5 to $10 million, right? But I did realize, I have come to the sad realization that I am this generation's B-grade celebrity. B-grade. I am the guy who you may know me now, if at all you know me. But I guarantee you, 5 years, 10 years later, you will forget. And then one day, out of nowhere, my name or my face will pop into your head. And you'll be like, this Azim Banatwala, what is he doing? And you will go to Google. And you will type in a random jumble of words, because nobody cares about grammar when entering Google search. You'll just type, Azim Banatwala, make money how? Google will respond, no, not. Celebrity birthdays will say, we know. But sometimes I get sad and Google myself. I get even sadder with the outcome. Because I just enter my first name, Azim. First Google autocomplete suggestion every time without fail, Oshan Shehenshah. How do you compete with that? If I ever write an autobiography, it's going to be called Jodha Akbar Ruined My Life. All right. It's terrible, yeah, absolutely terrible. But you think about proper celebrity, you think of Shah Rukh Khan, Ranveer Singh, Deepika Padukone, proper celebrities, they are so celebrity that in their life there is a bodyguard. Bodyguard, not to protect them from external threats, no. Bodyguard because their fans love them too much. Do you realize that if Ranveer Singh is performing up here, there has to be 2 bodyguards here? Because in this audience of 200 people, in at least 3 people's brains, there will be the thought ki haath lagane ka hai. We must touch. Always. Between Ranveer Singh and his audience, there is a bodyguard. Between me and my audience, for 27 minutes, tonight there has mostly been awkwardness. Alright? It's true. This is true. You see these celebrity videos. Now, girl sees Hrithik Roshan or Brad Pitt, faints. You've seen those videos? Girl sees Brad Pitt, faint, dead. My show last week, man in second row, asleep. Yeah. Paid 500 rupees to not watch me. This is what I am dealing with life. Let me give you an example of what a rubbish celebrity I am. 6 months ago, I was traveling by Mumbai local train. Now, this should tell you what a rubbish celebrity I am. I was traveling by train because I was late for a meeting across town, and I feared that if I don't make it on time, they will give this show to somebody else. And again, this should tell you what a rubbish celebrity I am. Because see, if Ranveer Singh is late for a meeting, they wait for Ranveer Singh. If I am late, they hire another comedian called Atul Khatri. Okay, that's all it is. Yeah, you guys know who Atul Khatri is, of course. He's India's oldest comedian by age, and the saving grace of this is that he'll be the first of us to die, right? But no, it's okay. Atul is my friend. He doesn't mind me doing these jokes at all. I mean, he doesn't know also, but it's a different story. But I have a couple of minutes left. I'll finish up by talking about my favorite thing in the world, and then one of the favorite things for Kolkata and the world. Any fans of football? Make some noise. Yes. Yes, fans of Indian football? Not so much, exactly. Because I was doing the research, we are terrible at football as a nation. Right? I was looking at the FIFA rankings, it may have changed since I last checked, but we were ranked 105th in the world. And I saw this statistic and I was shocked because I had no idea there are 105 countries in the world. And I was looking at all these countries ahead of us, all these African countries, Ethiopia, Somalia, Rwanda, countries with no food, countries the size of like Park Street, and even they are better. And I was like, why do we have such a lack of motivation to do better at football? And then I looked further down the rankings. Rank 176, Pakistan. And of course it makes sense because as long as we are ahead of Pakistan, who cares? That's where Indian football is right now. We don't suck, we're just waiting for Pakistan to improve. But I'll finish up by telling you about my favorite Indian football player of all time. This is a slightly naughty one, that's why I leave it to the end. My favorite Indian football player of all time. This is a gentleman who was a former Indian captain. But his name is the most fascinating thing in the world for me because his name, I swear to you, and football fans over here, you will know that this gentleman, his name is Climax Lawrence. Now just process this for 1 minute. This man's name for his entire life is Climax. What a life that must be. Just every time he introduces himself, just turns into a bad pickup line. Can you imagine Climax at the pub trying to talk to women? Saying, hey, Climax. And girls like, already? And he's like, no, Climax, that's my name. This is my younger brother, Foreplay. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been super fun. My name is Azim Manatwala. Thank you so much for having me here. Yeah, if you enjoy my work, you can connect with me on Instagram. Thank you so much. Take care. I'll see you soon. Good night.
That was Azim Banatwala for all of you. I request you to stay on stage, please. And I request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of AVP Private Limited, to kindly come on stage and present a memento to Mr. Azim. Thank you very much for coming over to our session today. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we take you over to the fireside chat, and the topic is building leaders of tomorrow. We're just taking a minute to do the setup. We've got a team which is really working very hard and very fast, as you can see, and they're really doing it at lightning speed. And our speakers for this session, this fireside chat, which is very interesting, building leaders of tomorrow, which I'm very interested in as well, to create fearless, focused future leaders is my wish and my intention. That is what I'm on a mission to do. So for the speakers, we will have Mr. Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO of Yota Infrastructure, and Mr. Harshvardhan Neotia, Chairman, Ambuja Group, who will be in conversation with Mr. Jaydeep Dattagupta, Senior Director, Deloitte. And in a short while, we're going to invite them onto the stage. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO, Yota Infrastructure, Mr. Harshvardhan Neotia, Chairman, Ambuja Group. Please come on stage. And they will be in a very intense conversation with Mr. Jaydeep Dattagupta. Warm welcome to you, gentlemen. Good afternoon. And this is going to be a very interesting session. Yes, a round of applause. It feels good to be applauding for stalwarts of the industry such as these wonderful gentlemen that we have. And I hand over the session to Mr. Jaideep Dattagupta, Senior Director of Deloitte, to take it forward. Sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I was wondering, this is a hard act to follow. You have us up here after a stand-up comedian. But there's a pro and there's a con of that. The advantage of that is this audience has already been trained to clap and cheer, right? So we don't have to worry too much, right? Now we have a very interesting subject this afternoon, which is developing the leaders for tomorrow. It's not developing leaders for today, but it's developing leaders for tomorrow. How do you go about it? Right? And we have two very accomplished leaders here with us today. So we'd like to pick your brain on this subject. This is designed as a fireside chat. So I'm sorry, audience, there are no PowerPoint presentations. There is nothing prepared, nothing scripted. It's going to flow. Okay? So the first thought in my mind when looking at the subject is, if we are talking about developing leaders for tomorrow, then we have to have some sense of what is tomorrow, which would possibly be vastly different from today. In fact, in my personal life, I find myself rather ill-equipped to try and guide my sons because they know so much more than me on so many things. They are so well-informed and they have different perspectives. So I think the first difference will be in the workforce of tomorrow, the millennials. What is it that is different about millennials? What is different about their aspirations and what they are looking for? So we'll start off with Mr. Neotia.
Thank you very much. Greatly honored to be part of Infocom's panel today. Well, see, there are some things that remain constant and there are some things that change with time. With time, we see that the kind of infrastructure, the knowledge, the availability of information, all this is much vastly different than the time we grew up in when there was no World Wide Web and there was no mobile phones and there was no digital economy. So we had limitations. We had to actually go physically to a library to maybe check out some things, and now it's all available at a click, even sometimes at a command away, literally. So those things, I think this generation is far better equipped. In fact, they don't even want to memorize things anymore because it's just not necessary. I mean, it's just available. I think where we have a role to play possibly is about character building. I mean, and that kind of remains constant through generations. Because irrespective of what is the nature of the world and the nature of the knowledge, character is something that will be everlasting and probably through millennia, and through generations. And people's ability to succeed will largely depend not just on access to information or knowledge, but in how they utilize that. And for that, the way they are endowed with compassion, with a sense of fair play, with integrity, are the issues, to my mind, where we need to build leadership in. Because even the most, the most telling example is that we have the finest technology available, but they can be used as much for destruction as for generation of power. It's a question of what is the moral compass of the world and how the morality of the leaders of tomorrow will determine the knowledge is used. Otherwise, you can use the same mind. In our mythology, it is well known that Ravan's intellect, the fact that he is portrayed as 10 heads, is not a physical deformity of 10 physical heads. It just is to indicate that how truly brainy and truly intellectual he was. But since he was not having a very high moral compass, it is where Ram scores over Ravan. Because that's where Maryada Purushottam Ram and the character that he sort of portrays and lives by. So I think for us, it's really in our role as seniors to our children maybe, is to really try and see how we can inculcate this.
Right. And we'll move in a moment to how do you do that in your organization. But I think what is emerging from what you said is that the millennial generation perhaps is a lot more conscious about ethics, integrity, doing the right thing, even issues such as the planet, right? Environment, conscious about the environment, okay? And whilst I am not suggesting that there's anything wrong with our generation, but I think the level of consciousness on these issues is much higher. Yeah. Would you tend to agree?
Absolutely. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. No doubt about it. I think the consciousness on many of these fronts are much higher today than they were in our generation. In fact, our generation was in a shortage era where there was license permit quota. We were a Jugadu generation in that sense. I mean, today's generation doesn't need to kind of cut corners. But that's not to say that we have actually landed up in a world which is more ethical. We have a world which is equally complicated, but perhaps more than before, in spite of the fact that the generation is more sensitive. So there is a dichotomy of sorts. I am not sure how this is to be addressed, but the fact remains that we have moral challenges significantly available even today.
Okay. But then this generation possibly is putting a lot more pressure on their leadership to do the right thing than, any earlier generation. Possibly. I'll move to a different dimension of tomorrow. Okay. I don't know in how many years, but maybe 5 years or 10 years from today, possibly artificial intelligence, machines will become smarter than people. True. Right? So can you paint for us from your deep, background in technology, how different will tomorrow be in a technological sense? Okay. So can you share your thoughts on that?
Very difficult to predict, frankly speaking, considering the pace which technology is, I would say, driving in our lives, where earlier if we were saying that it will take 3 years or 6 years or 10 years for some generational changes to come in, today the generational changes are coming in, I think, every 3 months or 6 months. I think most of us don't realize that just 20 years back, internet was not there in our lives, right? Just about 3 years back, we were not paying through UPIs and Paytms and GPays and PhonePays of the world. But today we are using these things as if we were using them for generations. So I think AI of today is very different from the AI what we used to learn when we were engineering colleges, right? Today's AI is practically, so in engineering typically we say there is an input, you put a processing machine and there's an output, right? And you have to teach the computer what is the workflow processes which we thought can always be automated. It is even those softer issues, the human issues, the job of a nurse, job of a painter, job of a writer, job of a movie director, even those things are doable nowadays, and we have samples and examples of that worldwide, which AI is doing. So my own personal prediction, based on what I can see, based on interaction with lots of people and hearing about what is happening, is the world of future will be where machines will be able to do practically everything, even those things which we are a little fearful to admit that machines will not be doing. So machines will be able to do that. The bigger challenge, I'm just putting it for our new generation, because they are the ones who will be actually be contributor to making of these machines of future, would be how do we bring in the element of ethics in this machine? Because even when these machines are becoming intelligent, They are becoming intelligent by way of when some inputs are going, you're telling the machine what input was right or what is wrong. It is like there are examples being quoted in AI word that if the input is that so and so person did it and that person happened to be a black in American culture, you will tend to recognize that with a criminal, and the person was white, possibly you tend to recognize that as not criminal. The same thing can be applied in Indian system as well, where the personal biases of the person who actually was feeding in the input and then was trying to tell the machine right or wrong can come in. How we ensure that the millennial generation, which will become leaders of tomorrow, will be making these engines, that the AI of tomorrow not only makes our life simple, productive, for things to be easy to use the way, they are making it today, but the machines are also ethical, so that our culture, our, especially in the context of India, you cannot bring an AI engine of a US or a Europe and bring it and try to apply it to India, because our cultural context is very, very different. So I think that will be a very big responsibility for the next million generation, where today AI may be just some pilot concepts, but tomorrow's AI will be very, very mature, which will practically influence almost every facet of our life.
So when we talk about the future leader, therefore the future leader will be leading in a very different construct, where machines do almost everything.
Yeah.
So they have to figure out now how can the human beings, make best use of those machines to serve their stakeholders, right?
Absolutely, and I think what Sir was saying was exactly, and what I have said is exactly the converging, because what Sir said, that the current generation has got the benefit of being exposed to everything, right? Thanks to, internet, thanks to social media, thanks to, every single information is on their tips. There's no lack in their lives, thanks to maybe the overall economic growth which our generation is able to give to the next generation. The next generation does not have to literally look for a living when they come on our age, right? And they're exposed to all these technologies also. So here the issue is not to find a job. Here the issue is, I already have possibly some security. I already have the knowledge and the intelligence. I already know what technologies are available. But I apply this, the cultural part, which Sir was talking about, that how do we bring that element? That is what I would say will be the real leadership for tomorrow.
So then can we conclude that the future leader and organizations will be more focused on doing good for communities, doing good for people, right? Doing good for the planet, as opposed to the arduous task of how to make a profit, how to, so will well-being of the larger community and that the business operates in, sustainability of the organization as well as the planet, the community, the organization, these will be the purposes of the future, moving away from the purpose of a pure profit motive, and will the world become less money-centric and more sustainable-centric?
No, I think that would be very utopian to imagine. I can't see that happening, though that would be ideally a desirable outcome of what we would like. I think the key issue stems from the fact, and it comes from a very beautiful quote that Mahatma Gandhi made, that there is enough in this world for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. I think one of the reasons why we have many issues with climate change and others in the world is simply because we are exploiting far too much than we are replenishing. And so long this continues, we are going to have an adverse cycle. I don't see that the younger generation, or for that matter our generation, has any way diminished our wants and our so-called greed, which has become almost need today, because there is a very thin line that divides between what you need and what is more than what you need. And who's going to define that? So it keeps sort of getting stretched. And everyone knows that when you reach a stage, you say, okay, if I get there, that's pretty much fine. And then when you get there, you say, this is not fine, and something else, and something else. So I think we've also seen a very unfortunate thing happening, and particularly exaggerated during the COVID crisis, is that the income divide between the haves and the have-nots have much widened, much beyond reasonable. It's thanks to part of the welfareism of state governments and central government that there has been a semblance of some kind of stability provided to the lower end of society. But otherwise, that is a ticking time bomb, in my opinion, where this huge difference is not sustainable. It's not to say that people are born unequal and the fact that there will be some rich and some not rich and everything is fine, so long as that divide doesn't become so glaringly obvious and so glaringly so much so that there's somebody who's hardly able to survive and someone has just got a lot more than he can possibly do with. So I think there is some reset to happen in all this to let the world become sustainable. The catch in this is that the moment you start resetting this, actually the economy actually starts shrinking.
Yeah.
Because the economy cannot grow at the rate at which it grows and have consumption dropping. So then what happens? There is a cost of that fall. So the only way is that you need a philosopher to really figure out how we are going to reset the world which has got a better equilibrium. One of the reasons I feel, and I'm saying a slightly controversial point, that we measure success in very monetary terms.
Yeah.
We measure success in very financial terms, in very terms of achievement that says, okay, whether your name was published in the newspaper, whether you're famous, etc. But we don't look at the happiness as a very important index. And I happened to study the model of the gross national happiness of Bhutan. And I came back pretty impressed. And I thought that, there is some way, which may not be easy to measure, but clearly is a more defining and more important attribute of human existence. We want to be happy. Even if you can have less and be happy, it's more important than having more and unhappy. And how do we find that equation? I think the world can be happier with less than by a continuous chase to the more. As a businessman, I'll be pillared for saying this because we are driven on this adrenaline of growth and development, etc., etc. But somewhere I question myself as a human being and say, are we really on the right path?
You've raised a couple of very interesting issues. One is the divide between the haves and the have-nots, which could potentially lead to social tensions going forward. So that's going to be the world of the future, where possibly a reset at some stage would be called for sustainability. Second, of course, we talked about the planet. Now, all of this, and if you look at the geopolitics of late, in the last 5 years, has the world been a lot more volatile than it has been in any 5 years as far back as we can remember?
So if we look at it statistically, we're living in the most peaceful of times. Statistically, I mean, the death or destruction out of hostile acts of war, etc., have been very low. But if you see the palpable tension beneath the surface, it's been probably very high. Now, it hasn't manifested in a cataclysmic Holocaust-like or an explosion of an atom bomb-like event. But that possibility is there, is very, very near. Hopefully, and God willing, it won't happen, and that's what we can pray for. But we have definitely caused many geopolitical stresses, tensions, fault lines, which are bothersome. Which day, which one is going to give way and create one huge ripple? And these ripples are not going to be small anymore. We know the capability of mass destruction that lies strewn across the world. And if there is a fault line that gets exasperated or exaggerated, it can cause immense havoc. We know that. The point is that where it's stemming from, this continuous need to be powerful, rich, and therefore does it serve a purpose for humanity? It could serve some sectarian ends of some individuals or some people, but in a larger context, where do we draw the line? What is enough? When is it enough to say enough is enough? I mean, this is a really moot question. It's not easy answers, I think, and certainly I don't have the answers. If I had them, I'd probably be playing a more important role than I do presently. But I don't have the answers, but I definitely am worried about this, and I definitely think about them.
So, therefore, the world is going to be a lot more volatile. We've already seen disruption of supply chains as a result of all this. We've seen cataclysmic, climate issues come up, health issues come up, right? So it's going to be a much more complex, volatile world in which the new leader will have to function. And I'd like to throw in another element in this discussion. In 1970 was the first time that the value of a company was more than the value of its net physical assets. Mm-hmm. Therefore, intangibles became more valuable than tangibles. Today, intangibles, if you look at the value of a lot of companies, the value of the intangibles is 85%.
Yes.
And the value of the tangibles is only 15%.
Yeah.
Now, intangibles are fundamentally created by people.
Yes.
So, from a capital-centric construct, the future will be more of a people-centric construct, because people are creative, people hold relationships, right? People have knowledge, right? So, more of a people-centric construct. So, then the leader of the future would need to be a people leader, yes or no?
Absolutely. I mean, as a leader, obviously, you end up playing lots of roles. You play the role of a strategy maker who visualizes the today's business and, more importantly, the future's business. That is the business part. You play the role of an operator when you get into micro details and make sure that the company functions the way it should function. And there can be many more facets of that role just to make sure that the business is, running today and tomorrow. But given the context which you said, and I think this is applicable for many years, with the service economy setting in much more than the manufacturing and the other economies, the people element has become the most important element, especially, and then nothing can be much more applicable than on the industry which I belong to, with the IT industry. And I think this topic is quite related, what you were talking about. Today, whether we talk about the sentiments and emotions of a senior most executive in the company, or whether I see the youngest person, let's say a fresh graduate just joining me, the aspiration levels, the sense of finding a purpose besides just getting money is, I think, assured, right? Even the entry level itself is almost equal. The youngster also wants to find a purpose in life. And when you are trying to handle this type of a mix where people no more are too much worried about hierarchies, people want to do a job, they want to earn good money, but they also want to see whether this job is making an impact, not only to my nearby colleagues or my companies, but maybe beyond, what my company is making an impact to the end. It is not just about paying them a CTC. It's not just about making a very nice workplace in the organization. It's actually about also giving them a picture that your company is doing a valuable work, which means, which is serving some end purpose of the society. So instead of what we used to say, that instead of telling today's employees that what you need to do, how you need to do, most of the time we want to tell them why we are doing what we are asking you to do. The moment we give them the answer of why, it means they know that there is a much bigger purpose which possibly they were not knowing when the micro part of the work was given to them. The moment you connect them to that what part, possibly they will say, yes, this is something, And then they start finding purpose on that. So that is one part. Second, what I clearly see as a part of the leader's role is you always get functional experts in the company. You know, you will have like 20, 30 different functions, departments, owners, and they all will be experts in their own respective function, whether it is the operations or productions or finance or HR or sales, whatever the function is, right? And they all will be doing their job very beautifully. Your role as a leader actually is not to do their job. Possibly they will always know better more than you. Is actually always to connect the dots, right? Either there are, some difference of opinion, right? Or there are, certain things which need to be brainstormed, and you just connect those dots. Again, what you are doing is, and this is what I find it in almost day to day in my own running of the organizations, is that most of the time, 90% of the time, the issues which actually end up coming to me were always people issues and were actually not genuine technical or any other organizational issues. So if you ensure that the people are, number one, finding purpose in their life, number two, you are able to just give them that enabling environment so that they can do what they want to do, essentially focusing your own role as a leader to just managing people, keeping them happy. If you have kept the people happy in true sense, as sir said, that they are able to find their purpose, they will keep your customers and your partners happy by default.
I think one very important point that Mr. Nyotia made was compassion.
Yeah.
You cannot be a people leader without compassion.
Exactly.
So therefore, you need compassion. Now I'll come to the key question, and I'll ask each of you to take 2 minutes to respond to this. So we are talking about a world which is going to be very volatile, where the workforce will be having very different aspirations. They don't want money only. They want to make sure that you have a sense of purpose, where you're doing good for society. Okay. Technology will become such that machines will do most of what human beings do today. So that's the kind of world, and a people-centric world. So we need to develop leaders to lead in that world. Now, are leaders born or made? If you say, no, they can be made, leaders are made, then what competencies and how are you going to develop those competencies? What is the culture in your organization to develop leaders so that they have those competencies to lead in that future world? So this is my last question to both of you.
See, leaders are both born and made, and it's a combination. So there is a certain genetic disposition, maybe a trait that you have sort of inherited or you have imbibed more seamlessly, I would say, which is definitely an important attribute of leadership. But then there is a skill also, and that skill has to be acquired through a process of training, learning, imbibing, experiencing, etc. And I think it's a combination of the two. Nobody can say that a person who could be a leader purely intuitively and be very successful at the final level, and someone can't say that he had no capability whatsoever and was transformed into a great leader without intuitively having some sense of it. So I think that's...
So how would you develop a leader? Assuming that somebody has the inherent basic material, what is the organizational culture required to develop a leader?
So I think
or
there
leaders,
are, again, two parts of it. I feel, and as Swami Vivekananda said, it's about man-making. I mean, I wouldn't give too much of emphasis on leadership to skills. You can hire skills, you may be skilled. Most likely a person will be skilled in one of those activities, but he would lead a team of people with multidisciplinary skills, and that would be the nature of most leadership. So to assume that any of the leaders of our nation were people who are skilled in the multiple tasks that is required to run a country would be difficult to imagine. They might be extremely skilled in one aspect of it, but the others, they have to essentially have the ability to deal with people, inspire them, make them feel that they are working on a mission that is exciting, worthwhile, that through it they will get self-actualization as well as reward. And it's a combination of this that will work. So I would give less importance to skill development. I'd give more importance to man-making, therefore character, therefore compassion, therefore integrity. All those things that I enumerated in my opening comments would essentially be the attributes of great leadership.
Mr. Gupta.
Almost on similar lines. So yes, functional skills, depending on which function they are doing, they will bring something on their own, whether they're coming from college or whether we are hiring them laterally. They will bring some skills, and again, in today's days and age, there's no limit to how much functional skills you have to learn, relearn, and also some learning of the previous skills. So there's no alternative to continuous training, continuous investments from trainings and exposures, whether internal or external, which has to happen on the job as well as otherwise in a classroom way. So that has to go in. You know, there's no alternative to that, especially again in the changing world, especially on a sector like in which we are in. But yes, again, I would also like to emphasize on the same thing that if we have to develop the leaders of tomorrow, and I can right now visualize so much of youngsters who have just joined me in the last 2 years in my organization. One thing which I think our corporate culture sometimes make it very toxic, I would say, is too much emphasis on 100% perfection and non-acceptance of anything which is less than perfection. I'm not talking about the end results, which the company talking about. I'm talking about in day-to-day operations, expecting a person to be 100% and may not be 80%, assuming the person is a robot and he cannot make mistakes. That is where people then get scared if you try to make the meetings toxic. You tell the people you are of no good value if you have done a mistake. Essentially, if you will try one time or two times, the third time he'll stop trying. And after 6 months, we'll tag somebody as a failure and we'll ask him to go and we'll hire a new person, assuming that he will be 100% perfect. So, according to me, and that is what we had done, the only vision and operating value of my company is actually happiness, if you see our vision, is run the company as if you are running your family. What do you do? In our family, if my child make a mistake, will I say, okay, no, you go to the family? No, right? You do it, do a little bit of nurturing, then leave it to them. They will do something. They will come with 80% correct theme, again do a little bit of nurturing, and then they go. If you allow them 3 times make the mistake, 4th time they'll be 100% perfect, and then they will excel it better than what you were doing. So overall acceptance, overall a cordial atmosphere in the company, mutual respect, mutual trust, and accepting each other, even if we are 70%, even a CEO of a company can never be 100%. He will have his own limitations. So if we can have a culture of acceptance, by default, it will lead to a huge culture of experimentation and risk-taking, which in our corporate jargon, we keep on asking and, asking our employees that you should be a risk-taker and all. That will come only when you have a culture of trust-taking, a culture of acceptance even if you have made a mistake. So if we do that, I think 100% people will be more and more encouraged. Trust them. The moment you trust them, they will end up doing much more than what we were expecting. Believe me, in my company, there are 1 year, just 1 year young in my company right from college. They are doing the job of what a 15-year-old person will be doing in the company, right? And they are doing it so much of responsibility that we just can't imagine. So just give them trust, just give them acceptance.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very positive note to end this discussion on. That build confidence of everyone in your organization, make people stronger. Only then will they become leaders. And you cannot make people stronger if you're always at them saying, do better. Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil Gupta. Thank you very much, Mr. Harshvardhan Neotia.
Thank you very much, sirs. May I request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our speakers and our moderator here. May I request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee to present a memento to Mr. Sunil Gupta. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Harshvardhan Neotia and Mr. Jaideep Datta Gupta. So if you can, all of you can step forward for a photograph. They're all waiting for a photograph. Thank you very much, sirs, for this wonderful session on building leaders of tomorrow. We will now go over to the next leadership keynote, emerging technologies in public services. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Debashish Sen, MD HIDCO and Chairman, Newton Development Authority. And in just a minute, as we do the setup, I'm going to invite our speaker for this next leadership note, emerging technologies in public services, to come onto the stage. And here he is. Please put your hands together for Mr. Debashish Sen, who's the MD HIDCO and Chairman, Newton Development Authority. Sir, over to you.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. So what I will talk very briefly for the next 15 minutes or so only is that the public service, that is the government in general, has got a lot of opportunities for startups, for tech companies, and a very large section of entrepreneurs in general. We only talk about foreign government corporates, which are all very good, but the government per se, while delivering public services, also has a lot of potential, and that is the core of my talk. This picture obviously is from the net, completely plagiarized, but what I'm trying to show is if you look at metaverse, what is coming up, and we want to monetize land. Land, as you know, is the domain of eminent domain for public services. Nobody else other than the government owns any land. And so if any land is to be given and nothing can start, no manufacturing, no company can start without a land, and so it is the starting point. And from this starting point, whatever may be the genesis, maybe the Zamindari Settlement Act of 1793, or the pattas being given under the Land Reforms Act, or presently, as we are doing on behalf of the state government from HIDCO, which I represent, we are monetizing land in Alipur, near EM Bypass, near Ruby Hospital, near Behala, and very clearly, we want to get the highest price for the land so that it can be used for opening a hospital, a school, or indeed one of the numerous public services. So what we are finding, what I am finding, is that this needs to go all over the state, the country, and beyond. And indeed, our many investors are coming from Mumbai, from Gurgaon, and nothing beyond India so far, but not only Calcutta, but various other places. But nobody will buy a piece of real estate unless they have seen it. You have to see the site. What is around? Is there a problem? Can I get into the site? And herein comes the importance of a metaverse. Suppose the land that I'm talking of in Alipur, it is just beside the district magistrate's bungalow, and somebody wants to see what is near it, want to have a look around. It is not a 360-degree video only. It has to be an experience of being there. Does it feel all right if I build a 100-story building out here? So this is where I think metaverse can come to a very great advantage, and we would be looking for, this is an opportunity to startups and others to create metaverses around places where avatars of entrepreneurs can go in and try to see if it interests them. We are continuously talking of blockchain and NFTs and so many other things. And this also, I think, has a very great relevance, and we are grappling with this problem of associating one NFT, which is essentially the aspect in a blockchain that it is immutable and completely aligned to a piece of land. And for land mutation, for example, in Newtown, where I work, we are already commissioning a startup to see if we can associate each plot of land with an NFT. What is the advantage? As this figure shows, this is taken from the Time magazine, is that as all authentic art objects these days are getting associated with an NFT, non-fungible token. And unless you produce this token, you cannot be, or you shall not be deemed to be an authentic owner of the painting. Likewise, if every piece of land, every plot of land, I can associate a token, then will be gone the long and very, very cumbrous situation of looking for the title of the land, as we call it. Has it already been sold? Is there a legal problem? Is there a hereditary problem? Is there court cases? And there are n number of things that one needs to look at when buying a piece of land. But if we are able to associate an NFT, and anybody dealing with blockchain, and I'm sure there will be a lot of people dealing with it, it starts with a genesis block. What is the origin of this land? And especially in Newtown, it's very, very good case example, because there was a time when this was acquired by the government, and by the Land Acquisition Act, anything that you acquire is free from all encumbrances. Free from all encumbrances. So it's a free land. And then on what happens, let us record it through an NFT mechanism. And this is the future of land transaction everywhere. So if you can get in early, it is good. We are already trying. Let us see how far it goes. One added advantages of using NFT in land transaction is that just like paintings, the original creator gets a portion of the sale value for subsequent transaction. In this case also, government will get the duties, the stamp duties, the mutation fees and others, if we are indeed able to associate an NFT with each plot of land, and it becomes an irretrievable proof of ownership. This is also data analytics in short, is also making waves in public services in the government. We are trying to put deprivatized data into a common platform. There is a data lake website also called by some other name. But I will give a small example in which we have used it to the fullest extent. What is happening is that in Newtown, there has to be self-assessment of property. And people have been asked to do it online through e-governance, and it has to be fulfilled self-voluntarily, something like our income tax returns. But we find that many people are not coming forward. So to check it, we chose a certain housing society and checked the electric data bills. It is not very easy to get the consumer data and to associate it with the house numbers, but we did it. And we found that 50% of the owners were there because their bills were running, they were getting meters, but they were not paying their property taxes. So we issued notices to them, and today, this was done only a few months ago, today that figure of 50%, shall I say, defaulters in self-assessment has come down to only 5%. So there is an immense possibility of recombining data from various sources and optimizing the public service objectives that we have. So there are more opportunities for many startups to do such fantastic conjunctions to see that the public welfare is maximized.
Welcome to Newtown, Kolkata. Being one of the smart cities, the digital services available in Newtown span across a wide spectrum. E-governance in Newtown, real-time monitoring of all services like NFC-based solid waste management system, SCADA-based water supply system, LoRaWAN-based street light system, 100% CCTV coverage and central monitoring system, and ITMS platform to record and address citizen issues. Newtown, Kolkata is proud to be a digital city.
My point here is that in all of the small things that were exhibited, and we'll deal with for another 2-3 minutes on some of these, it was some technological startup team that was behind it, and this is being done. So if it can be done in one city, there are 4,000 cities in India, 126 cities in West Bengal itself, and the possibilities are really immense if we can replicate these things in other cities, and if it is worked in one city, why it won't in others. This is the point. This, we can give many examples. I'll give only this interesting example. Is on the left, you can see during the COVID, what we did, we used artificial intelligence through the analytics of a CCTV, and anybody who was entering this market without a mask would get nothing, a voice message saying, sir, you are not wearing a mask. And this repeated automatic telling by a relentless AI machine had dropped the number of maskless entry to that market quite remarkably. And lately, we were told by the shopkeepers, Dada bondo korun ar shunte pacchi na. That recorded voice was really killing people. I mean, number of people entering without mask. We are now trying this, not with success, of trying to use if the person entering the market is carrying a plastic bag. As you know, plastic bags below 75 microns is now banned, but we all use it now and then to buy fish and mutton and whatever you have. So we are trying to do, we are also getting tired of telling people, sir, at an Nevedna, but we are trying to do, but the problem is slightly more complex. Anybody wants challenges, look at it, because bags come in all shapes and sizes, and it's slightly difficult. The developers tell me in trying to get an AI engine to do it in the way we had done for the mask very successfully. Smart traffic, we all know, try running at high speed and you will get your SMS of 1,000 rupees these days of fine. So this is all based on automatic number plate recognition, and this also has much more wider application to be done in all over India. Waste management is another thing. I'll only draw your attention to the right-hand bottom corner. We have NFC coded readers so that when the waste is being collected from your house, the collector has to touch it, and when you do that on a central integrated command and control system, we can find out at any moment, at any time of the day, how many houses have been covered, who is late, who is doing a good job. It helps us monitor it's actually happening, and it can be replicated elsewhere. This is a rather interesting thing that we are doing with a startup. Water logging is a perennial problem in many cities of India. And what here we are trying is that to track the speed of water in underground trains through making a bypass. And if the speed suddenly increases, then it is indication that rainwater is coming at a higher than normal speed in some other place, so that the readings are continuously going up. So even before the flooding happens, the control room will get a warning, and this is how preventive measures can be taken by running the pumps, for instance, so that civic life doesn't get disrupted. This is in the process of being implemented. This is stubble burning. This is winter time. There is a lot of stubble burning. Much of India is inconvenienced, and what we are doing here is using drone technology and GIS mapping to find out patterns in this stubble burning and waste burning so that air pollution can be reduced by advanced preventive action. We have a lot of, we have all our services in the urban local body of Newtown that are completely online. But just to say that birth and death certificate, for instance, we put probably the only ULB in the country on a blockchain. The advantage being birth certificates, for example, are for a lifetime, and these should not be changed, and we have actually achieved this. These are some of the benefits of what we have done. I will not run through this, but 4,500 kg of carbon offset from solar projects is happening every day, and this opens up huge possibilities. My last slide is that the point I'm trying to make is that emerging technology like metaverse, NFT, data analytics, GIS, a drone, spectrometry or flow meter for water and flood warning, fast-track parking, gate safety and bridge safety through vibration analysis and artificial intelligence are some of the areas that I think there is a huge opportunity for tech companies to come and invest in, and public service providing organizations like ULBs and government would be interested in participating in a friendly manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee to kindly come on stage, please, to present a memento. Thank you very much, Mr. Debashish Sen. He is the MD of HIDCO and Chairman, Newtown Development Authority. And here is Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of AVP Private Limited, presenting a memento to Mr. Debashish Sen. Thank you very much, sir, for this very interesting session. And a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start off with the CIO panel, delivering a super customer experience. Please give us a couple of minutes to do the setup. And I hope all of you are engaging with us, connecting with us, and giving us your stories with the hashtags Infocom Cal 2022. Hello. With the hashtag the age of change makers and hashtag change makers 2022. I hope all of you are doing that. And I hope you're tweeting with @Infocom Connect. And of course, don't forget to keep smiling. We will just take a couple of minutes. Our team is very, very swift and very meticulous in what they're doing. They have been consistently doing the same work since the morning, and I'm simply amazed to see how they get things done. And when I say that they're going to arrange everything within a minute, they actually do it within a minute. That's that fast they are in putting things. Very good. Yes, thank you for those applauses. Thank you. They're not scared of me. They just simply love me, actually, ma'am. They love me because I love them back. And yes, they simply cannot be scared of me. I'm somebody who's always smiling backstage. And I am someone who is constantly asking whether they have had water, they've had food, whether they are like, are they happy, are they... So they wouldn't be scared of me. So see how fast they've got this done. I said 1 minute and they've got this done. Right, thank you. And so I'm going to call on the panelists first, and then our chairperson and the moderator. We've got a very interesting panel discussion which is going to happen now. And it's about delivering a super customer experience. And our panelist, Mr. Suresh Vijay Raghavan, CIO, The Hindu Group. Please give him a round of applause as I request him to come on to the dais. Oh, here he is, Mr. Sharvani Bhatia, CIO, Jagran Media. We welcome you. Here is the beautiful ma'am. Warm welcome, ma'am. Mr. Atanu Pramanik, CIO, ECPL. Welcome, sir. Mr. Sankarshan Banerjee, CIO, RBL. May I request you to come onto the dais and take your seat. Round of applause for him. Welcome, sir. And Mr. Nihar Chakravarti, EVP and COO, SARC Region, CFI Technologies Limited. So here are our panelists, and I would like to request the chairperson and moderator, Mr. Harish Agarwal, partner, Ernst EY, to kindly come forward and take his seat. Sir, round of applause once again for this wonderful, powerful group of people here. And I hand over the session to Mr. Harish Agarwal, sir.
Thank you, Tina. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. So just before we came in, we were having a chat with all the panelists, and we were talking about the topic we're going to talk about today. And I think it's a very different type of topic. And I think as a person who works for a service providing, a professional services company, we end up providing services to our clients. But if you look at the panel here today, some of them are CIOs or CDOs, and they provide service one to internal customers and also to external customers. So they would bring a very, very different perspective as to how they look at what results in a superb customer experience. And we have a fair mix of people from the media industry, which is going through a big change, from the shift from print to electronic media. Social media is a big challenge, and I'm sure our panelists would talk about that. We have, Atanu, who's from, obviously heavy industry, continuous process, kind of company. We have Sankarshan, who's from a bank. I'm sure he's got his own perspective on, what gives a superb customer experience to his internal customers. How does he enable them? And then how do they use the same tools that are provided by his team to them to serve their clients better? And all of us, I think, are consumers of what their companies provide, banking, media, heavy industries. So I'm sure we'll have an exciting 40 minutes. I hope I'm getting 40 minutes. Tina, you're showing only 30 here, but I'm going to take my 40. So with that, I'm going to pick on the lady first here. Sarbani, welcome. Welcome to the City of Joy. And what, according to you, is a superb customer experience? How do you measure it? How do you define it? Is it always like I know it when I get it? How would somebody measure it? Do you have any personal experience of not only in your organization, but when as a consumer you observe great customer experience? And then how does your department, or how should IT departments enable such experiences?
Thank you, Harish, and thank you, ABP, for inviting me here. Really happy to be a part of this illustrious panel. That's a very pertinent question, Harish, because today the consumer is so empowered, so well-informed, and spoilt with choices, and always wanting to engage with brands on the channel of their choice, and having very expectations of excellent service. So if the experience is anything but superb, it doesn't take long for a consumer to walk away or click away. More likely click away to the competitor's side. So a superb customer experience for me would be one which is highly contextual, personalized, effortless, and frictionless at every touch point. And it should engage with me on my own terms. For me, customer experience, I feel, begins even before we become a customer, right? Because if the pre-purchase experience is not good, then we might choose not to become a customer at all. So to elaborate, I want the full hog. There should be enough omni-channel relevant self-service content, first of all, available to educate me. The engagement process should be very smooth and again omni-channel. The checkout should be fast and smooth. The delivery should be prompt. By delivery, I'm including everything, whether it's content delivery in case of media, whether it's a purchase, whether it's a store delivery. It has to be prompt and correctly stated. The return policy and the return process should be very efficient and smooth, and the support, above all, has to be omni-channel and efficient. So all of these are prerequisites to have a smooth customer experience. For me, it's not a transactional one-off thing, it's a long-term relational thing. The brand should engage with me when and wherever I want it, and with ease and consistency at every step. Consistency is very important here. And every interaction should be meaningful and delightful. So that's what, according to me, is the superb customer experience. And today, all the household websites, etc., which are an integral part of our life, be it Amazon, Myntra, Swiggy, Big Basket, all of these we are dealing with are quite good in this regard. But if I were to pick one, I think Amazon would take the cake. As far as inventory goes, placing the order goes, checkout, deliveries, and packaging, and above all, their return policy. No questions asked. At times, I think Amazon loses out on money, but for pleasing the customer, they go the extra mile. In case your self-service support needs to be escalated to a call, it's they who call back, rather than frustrating you with a call center number where you keep hearing taped messages over and over again. It's they who call back. That, according to me, is a poster boy as far as excellent customer service is concerned. Now, coming to the IT function, all three stages of customer experience, discovery of the customer, engagement with the customer, and then delivery. All of these three stages, IT has a significant role to play. It's no longer restricted to the customer support department. In fact, it cannot function without being enabled and supported with IT. So now with the whole plethora of channels that have come about, it is mind-boggling, and the only way to provide excellent customer support would be to know who your customer is, what are their needs, what are their preferences, what are the preferred channels, and only then can you serve customized content, make personalized recommendations. Therefore, that's where data and technology comes in. The introduction of customer data platforms is a great tool which helps you have a unified and a shared view of your customers and do an omni-channel customer profiling. So there is a consistency in all your interactions and transactions, which is what is very delightful if you think from a customer standpoint. So AI-powered social listening, IT is there all over the place when it comes to tracking the customers, AI-powered social listening, be it tracking your brand online, what is being talked about you on social media, tracking your competitors, leveraging actionable insights, strategizing with data-driven decisions. IT has a role to play, and these are the more obvious things. What is less talked about are also a few things which are significant, which I think that should be mentioned: the back office automation, which is a very important part. People spend a lot of effort and time these days on the front-end interface. But what about the back office? Is that evolved? Is that seamlessly integrated? Because if that is not happening, then your order execution and deliveries are bound to suffer. There are going to be errors. It's not going to be so prompt. Then customer experience, a good customer experience also requires a great user experience, be it our internal customers or our external customers. So when I say user experience, I don't only mean a good design, which is a given. The design should be good, but what IT function should also look into is the site speed, the navigation, the quality of images, etc., that is shown there. or the compatibility with various browsers and devices, is that happening? So these are a few important things. And last but not the least, the support function. Support is assuming a big significant role nowadays. And see, the first layer is your self-service support, where 80% of customers would prefer to do self-service, you know, either via the website or the app or through a chatbot. But if that is escalated, then how do we deal with the customer information? Most organizations deal with, you know, session-based or channel-based barriers or silos of information. Is that being shared across the team so that if it gets escalated every time, the customer doesn't have to repeat his or her story? Is that shared? Is the visibility there from the previous session, from the marketing to sales to customer support and various levels of escalation, the story should be there. So I feel IT has a lot to do in providing an excellent customer experience.
Thank you, Sarvani. I think you've set the context of, you know, how I think various facets of IT enable a superb customer experience. I'm going to switch industries, you know, and I'm going to just mix it up a little bit. And Shankarsan, if I may call on you, you know, you belong to a very different industry, and obviously your industry is also facing a lot of, I would say, competition from newer players. You know, some of them don't have legacy, and I think your bank itself has also been doing a lot of innovation using technology. So where, you know, people who don't have a legacy issue, they can come and, you know, launch different products at customers. And sometimes they deliver something that we don't know existed. And I think then, you know, that kind of changes customer loyalties. So what's your take on how your function enables a great customer experience externally and internally, and then it helps in growing the business?
Yeah, so banking, nobody is really fond of banks. You know, banks always charge you the wrong interest. They always give you less on your deposits than you think. Banks are a particularly difficult problem for customer experience because fundamentally, you always think you deserve more and you always think you're getting less. So the ideal customer, and you know, we are also a legacy. RBL is a 75-year-old bank actually. It's been around for a long time. It started redefining the digital experience around 10 odd years ago, and of course it proved to be quite successful at that. And many other banks in India have done similar things. SBI has done it, ICICI has done it, Kotak has done it. A few of these banks have started realizing that they can change this perception that bankers are fundamentally evil by using better experiences. Now what does that mean? Banking used to be that you went to a bank and you were at the whims and fancies of the bank. The bank said, this is my process. You take a token, wait 3-4 hours just to get your own money. It was quite common. You know, I was as a 10-year-old, my job was to hold on to the token till my name was called and then go call my mother to say, now the token is there, please take the money. Because it used to be a 3-hour process, pretty much. Then, you know, as life has changed over time, customers have gotten more power over banks. Not because the number of banks have actually dramatically increased. It's just that people now have other choices of keeping money itself. They don't need to keep it at a bank anymore. There are NBFCs, there are bonds, there are capital markets. So the banks also have become a little bit more conscious. But more than that, it's not really competition that woke us up. It is, we are all customers. We are also all users of banks. Bank is an essential service. So everybody is user. So the users themselves, including the people who work for banks, kind of woke up and said, we must make this easier. Make our own lives easier, make our customers' life easier. Banking, the user experience revolution is quite interesting. It is basically the bank staying out of the way. It's basically the bank saying, it is your money, we will give you easier access to it. And the contrast is quite large. If you ever go and live in the US from India, you suddenly realize that in US, banks are still very hostile to you. You still have to go to a bank, you still have to wait 15 days for your own money to come to your own account, things like that. I mean, if you deposit a check, I used to work in New York. If you deposit a New York check in Washington, DC, they would charge you money and it would take 4 days. The distance is what? It's a 45-minute flight. Okay? It's like going to Goa and depositing a check and being charged for it. So, you know, because the banks there still have and they're not worried about customer experience. They still have consumer power. Every ATM charges quite a bit of money in the US. In India, banks have tried to stay out of the way of the customer. And that has been the big difference. It is not possible in every industry. Other industries, for instance, Amazon can't really stay out of the way. Amazon is performing the function. But in banks, the best banking experiences have been where you no longer ever need to interact with a banker. That is largely self-service, largely, excuse me, I have a cold, largely obvious from the start that there's no learning curve to the whole thing. And you know, again, if you look at the older public sector apps, you needed an encyclopedia, you needed a manual to understand what to do and how to go about it, even to log in. Increasingly, that is the thing. There is no learning curve. You can log into the bank app, even old people, young people, people who never used a digital interface before should be able to use your digital interface without a learning curve. That to us is customer experience. You know, if you have a learning curve, it's bad customer experience. If you have barriers where you need to physically interact with a branch, you need to physically interact with a call center, no matter how good that interaction, it's a bad experience. Wherever we push the experience onto you, there the people who are talked to, let's say a relationship manager, there we need to empower them so that they don't need to go and say, okay, we've taken your request and now somebody else will service it and we'll come and tell you when it is done. That is a very poor experience. So increasingly, if you notice, bank RMs come and say, you tell us what you want, we'll do it right here and give it to you. Yes, we are still a physical interface, but it's a very minimal thin layer. The bank systems are available pretty much either directly to you or one level away to the RM and therefore available. And again, this is something that we evolved. We used to have a lot of information about our customers that we would keep away from the very customers whose information it was. There was a time when transaction history meant going to a branch, waiting maybe half an hour or 40 minutes before they give you a statement, right? That is how you got transaction history. All of us, you know, many of us are at that age. You literally had to wait to get to see your own transactions. But that has gone away. And even account opening, KYC, all those interactions that do require physical interface, they tend to be one level deep. One guy comes, takes everything, goes away, and that's it. It's no longer that you go first here, and then counter 13, and then counter 27, and then back to counter 11. That has gone away. And that is what customer experience is meant in banks. Not so much that it's digital or mobile or whatever. More that we have started to get out of the way of the customers using and managing his own money.
You know, I was listening to you, Shankash, and I was thinking of my experience, and I have done that too, where you went to a branch, held the token, and you know, sometimes in the middle there would be lunch break. So, you know, you sat through that hungry, but you can't go back home and tell your parents that I couldn't get the money out, you know. And now I've actually had one bank account, which I had opened in this city in the year 99, and then I lived in another city, you know, and I've been to the branch only once, which was last year after 20 years, because I sold a property and then I had to go, you know, do something. Otherwise, 21 years without going to the branch even once. If we were to teleport ourselves, you know, by any mechanism to 30 years ago, you'd not be able to recognize the kind of change, you know, you folks have done using technology.
But that's the thing. Fundamentally, the underlying banking process remains exactly the same. What we have done is this empowerment, this rethinking of the processes, not so much the interfaces per se. The fact that you don't really need to come to the branch, that you can do self-service, that you can get your statements on your own, that you can get the money through an ATM. Those are the customer experience improvements that we have done really, to get out of the way of...
You don't give yourself enough credit. I will say one more thing. We don't see mistakes now. That's, you know, you only recognize a mistake when you see a mistake. In the olden days, when it was manual, you would see mistakes. Nowadays, you know that if something has come, it's clean. So I think that's also resulting in, but the thing is, how do you differentiate in customer experience if everybody is giving the same product?
That is a good point. One way to differentiate is to pay higher interest rates, which RBL Bank quite frequently does. The other way to differentiate is, you know, even with the same level of, understanding that we need to stay out of the way, not everybody stays out of the way equally. There are banks where you will still need to visit more than other banks. ICICI Bank, RBL Bank, we are particularly digital forward. But there are banks in India where there isn't that much by way of digital interfaces. In fact, there are still banks where The old interfaces are still there. They've never refreshed their interface. So, you have to go to the branch to ask for a mobile login because it's not automatic. There are many banks in India like that. So that's how you differentiate. You stay ahead of the curve. Eventually, banking is a well understood industry. So everybody will catch up with you. There is nothing particularly new that you can do and hold on to. But so therefore, you have to keep doing small new things all the time. And you have to be a little bit better than the other guy at doing it, or a little bit, slicker, a little bit first, earlier, and so on. That's how you really do it. Banking the world over, in across nations, of course, there are differences in banking, but within a nation, banks are always like that. The underlying product is relatively undifferentiated. So these small incremental advantages, if you accumulate enough of them, then you get a...
So run faster to stay in the same place. Take the other one.
I just wanted to add one fun part of not going to the branches and signing your checks. Now ask him when I want to have a home loan or a car loan or any loan, personal loan from RBL Bank. They will say, okay, I need to verify your signature. Now the fun part is now last time I have signed on a check was 20 years back. And then they will call to the branch and say, okay, mere samne sign karo. That's the fun part of it now. Being highly digitalized session, that's the fun part of it now.
Yeah. So there are some journeys where signatures, especially in home loans, actually you can get a car loan without a signature, but home loans, we are still worried about the value and all that.
But I did I think the KYC, you have to do something regularly. So I'm having to go through the KYC renewal for all my accounts. And 2 days ago, somebody came to my office and I used my, fingerprint. So I think we are now going back to the ancient time of using fingerprint. Anyway, so Atanu, since you picked up the mic, I was going to anyways come to you now. Very different industry. More B2B, I would say, than B2C. Your challenges are much different. And I think the other thing which you're probably also as cognizant of as the folks in banking or in media would be the need for having robust cybersecurity to keep the systems on all the time, besides providing a great customer experience to and in your case, it's probably more internal rather than external. What are the different challenges that you see, and how do you, again, provide a superb customer experience to your customers?
Yeah, Harish. So I will probably take one or two different examples from my earlier experiences, and that need not be from the last organization that I'm represented. I'll take one example, which is a very generic example that many of us are experiencing today. And that's related to, just last week, I now stay in Mumbai, and one of my very close friend is going to buy a small place in Mumbai. So buying a flat or buying a place in Mumbai is also a very big news, right? And that money you can probably buy a lake or a football ground in Kolkata still.
No, you can't. I moved from Gurgaon and I realized the real estates are not that cheap.
So, and in Mumbai everything is different compared to Kolkata still, I would say. So this guy called up a interior designer organization, and even before the registration he wanted to be kind of all done, all created, and the moment he enters the house, everything should be in place. So he told last Sunday, and two Sundays back, that I have called them and they have asked me to come to their experience center. So this is a pretty standard builder, and the name of the property is also well established in the billboards and the through advertisements. So we entered that experience center and they greeted us well. So we were thinking that we'll have to tell them that, okay, this is the area that I'm buying. This is northeast facing. The door is of 3 feet width and 6.5 feet height. I have 2 bedrooms. One toilet has got WC, the other toilet does not have WC. So we are thinking that I have to give all the details to that guy. To our surprise, my friend told that I have only given them the property name and the flat number that he is booking. And today's digital world, right? And everything through the latest kind of advancement, the RERA registration, the building registration. So you have to give all nitty-gritty information of your under construction flat as a builder to that community. So what these guys have done, they have downloaded the floor plan of that particular flat. They have gone through every single details that what is the size of the first bedroom, what is the size of the second bedroom, how big is the toilet, the kitchen has got 2 platforms, the size of the place to keep the fridge will have only double door fridge, it cannot accommodate triple door fridge. How many people are going to live there? How many windows are there? There are 2 French windows and 2 kind of cartons or kind of louvers. And we were surprised that without a single word said, they had practically the proposal ready in 3 or 4 different options. Just depending on the price line, just depending on the material of the internals that they wanted to do. And this is what, in a very simple word, what Sharbani was trying to say, even before pre-purchase, is the expectation that we all have today from our partners, from our vendors, from what we are trying to buy, right? Going to another one, let's say there will be many IT service providers sitting here, different kinds, right? Software, hardware, technology, network. Even now, more often than not, if I give a call to someone and I ask them for a product demo, unfortunately, I don't see them coming into the organization being prepared that what is this organization, what do they do, how many, let's say, routers they have, what kind of firewall they have, do they have any proxy. Many of the, I would say, our partners come in just blank. Sir, we have come to meet you, we have called for a meeting. So I have a question, can you please fill it up? And again, Sharbani, back to you. That moment, I'm out of that particular partner. Whatever brilliant technology they will bring in, my mind will not be there with them. Right? I give a very different example. I was with GE for 10 years, between 2000 to 2010, in different business verticals, and then later came back to Genpact in India, in their software arm. Somewhere in 2002, 2003, I was kind of supporting or part of GE engines in Atlanta. Let's say, many planes, be it Airbus or Boeing, they run on GE engines, GE plane engines, right? Now, if a flight catches a snag during maintenance or something, let's say they are in Pennsylvania and GE engines factory was in Atlanta, it's on road roughly 400 miles, by flight roughly around 45-50 minutes flight. Earlier what we used to do is, if a customer complains on a GE engine problem, customers had to take the whole engine and transport it to the factory or the maintenance shop of GE engines. And it was going on for ages, maybe last 30, 40, 50, 60 years. Now, at a certain point in time, as GE is as a company, through internal kind of improvisation, improvement, productivity, customer centricity, whatever you call it, through a quality project, and GE is known for Six Sigma, through a quality project, we got some CSAT customer feedbacks, and we identified that for that customer, and earlier, before that, the turnaround time for repairing an engine was measured that when you bring the engine into the Atlanta factory, get entry, and the day you take it out, get out. That was the turnaround time TAT considered. And we always tell the customer, okay, 3 days, 72 hours, or 96 hours, depending on the nature of the problem. But for the customer, it could be 10 days, 15 days, because they have to transport the engine from wherever they had the problem, take it first, dismantle it, take it out, bring it to the factory, then when it is repaired, take it back, again reassemble, do the testing, everything, right? So for the customer, my 72 hours doesn't make any sense practically. But for ages, we were very happy kind of promoting that we service aircraft engines in 72 hours. But when we started getting customer feedbacks, the whole process was changed. And GE started taking ownership from the point or at the place where the engine had a problem, be it in any part of the world. And they started giving the end-to-end TAT to the customer from the point they will touch the plane and dismantle the engine, take it to the nearest workshop, repair it, test it, put it back, reassemble it, retest it, and that's when the TAT stops. If you think of what it changed the life of the customer. They were so relaxed, and the kind of customer CSAT survey scores jumped by a few percentage points over the next 2 years, 3 years. But if you think that what it takes to increase or improve that customer experience is a hell lot of work for the company. Now it depends on which kind of business you are doing, B2B, B2C, what kind of business you are in, what is your competition, what is your growth prospect, what is your strategy. So even as a customer, if you think of great experience, the partners, the vendors, they also have a thought process. And that is an angle that we also need to consider, right? When we go to a shop and want to buy a Britannia biscuit or a Perle biscuit, that's very easy, right? They're all available, you just touch, see, price, gram, taste, you know, and you just take it. But more often than not, if it is B2B, it's a very different ball game. And I just tried to give you a couple of examples just to showcase that.
Thank you, Thanu. This is, I think, very different perspective. And, just to add to what you said, I'll want to talk about a couple of B2G experiences that we've also, gotten used to. I filed my income tax return this year on 31st of October, and I got the refund back on 3rd of November. And I'm sure all of us are experiencing this. And there must be people like yourselves, somewhere sitting, fixing the technology to provide a great customer experience.
Yeah, I did that personally.
Did you?
Nonsense.
No, just to tell that, yeah, I know it is between Infosys, L&T Infotech, and a couple of other companies that did it. Unfortunately, I know quite a number of them.
But the thing is, the government deliberately did this. The government had one of its, as part of its RFP, it had this requirement. In fact, now the government wants to go further and say you don't need to file. We already know everything about your taxes. We will file it for you and you just have to verify. So Norway does it. India is probably the next country that will do it.
It's like Amazon knows what you wanted before they, before you ask for it.
So already it has started sending 26As, no? It sends it to you. You don't have to file it.
Yeah.
I think, that is coming. And the other thing is when you go to most of the banks now, this Form 15G, 15H, many of the banks, you don't need to fill it up again. Yeah, you will print it out from the system, either you sign it or e-send it. That's it.
I just get e-send from all my banks. And the other one, I had experienced a few years ago, and I'm sure all cities do it. In the city of Calcutta, there are these cameras which measure your speed. When I moved here, I was pleasantly surprised, although they force you to stay below 60, the moment you go to 61 in front of a camera, you get a SMS that, you crossed, and this is the link to pay the money. It's painful to pay the money, but it's great customer experience. Anyways.
That's a little too scary.
So, thanks. I think, I think, Suresh, you've been waiting very, very patient. So I'm going to come to you, and I'm going to ask you slightly different, content related, because Sharbani's covered a lot of your industries thing. We did not know things like indexation or tagging in your industry until they became available, We used to read a book, we would underline a word, go open a dictionary, look up the meaning, or make a note and say, okay, this is written here, let me go and research it. Now if I read a book on Kindle, many of those words are just underlined, I click on it, what's the history of that word, how does it use, what are the antonyms, what are the synonyms. These were made available by somebody. So your industry is becoming increasingly more and more global, and the other experience, is I subscribe to a few magazines on my iPad. And one of these magazines, if you looked at the physical story, physically it would be a picture. But if you looked at it on the iPad, instead of the picture, they would actually put a video. So your industry is becoming increasingly globalized, unlike, I think, probably banking is still not globalized, thank God. Athanu's competition is probably still domestic. But in your case, your competition is global. How do you stay abreast of these new developments that is coming across the world and then provide a superb customer experience?
See, basically, if you look at customer experience, it is the interactions the customer has with the product and service that we offer, that actually creates the customer experience as a whole. And the primary component of that is the product. In our case, the component is the product itself. But what we actually do first is to get the whole interaction of the customer across the customer's journey, right? From the very first time he clicks on a Google search and then finds an article that actually points to a website. We don't know who's that customer is coming in for the very first time. From that time onwards, until we engage him for him to become a registered user, to a subscriber, and then a past subscriber in case the subscription ends, we kind of define the whole journey first. So how actually the journey should be. So what the product is supposed to offer. See, when we have a portfolio of products, right? We have a news daily, we have a business daily. Each product has a core by itself. It has a core essence. And based on where the customer is coming in, he's coming into the news website or he's coming into the business daily website, we need to, though it's basically both are all news websites in general, the essence of a business website is different. So we need to ensure that we actually have that experience the customer has. So one, you ensure that you have the 360-degree journey predefined. And the journey is also the various stages of the customer as part of the journey is predefined. And you personalize based on the state of the customer in line with the product that he is actually consuming. So might be, when for example, news site finds that you are coming, visiting frequently, and then it profiles you that, okay, you are a fond of cricket. So you read lots of cricket articles. And then suddenly you want to see what is the market status today, and you go to our business website. If I come back and show you, okay, this is the cricket score today, it doesn't make sense there, right? Because your context is no on your business website. So I need to ensure that what is your personal profile when you are actually looking into a business website, and then target you with that specific articles. So this level of personalization is what we should build inside. And the whole organization has to be aligned with this thought process. Because end of the day, the internal organization is the one that delivers the editorial team, the business team, the marketing team, the subscription team. Everybody has to align with this envisioned process map. And the most important thing, right? Most important thing is nothing goes as per the process predefined. Yeah. We always end up with sudden exceptions. So what are the tailoring guidelines? And how this tailoring guidelines has to be internally escalated. So this also has to be thought about. And how do we go about doing this? When a process gets executed through automation, you should actually have feedback mechanism that actually tracks what the user is trying to do, what sort of exceptions are actually coming in, and that should come back to us to feedback into the system so that we can actually rebuild the whole process to handle those exceptions. If these things are envisioned and the whole organization is aligned with this thought process, then it becomes easy for us to compete globally with anybody. But the prime part there is, for us, the product is the key. So your experience is on the product itself. That's why I keep telling, content is the king and UX is the queen in our domain.
Interesting. Thank you. I'll move on, Nihar. I think you've been patiently waiting, so you'll probably take the last question. All of these things that we heard, will customer pay more if you give a better experience? How can you create a differentiation, that if you're getting a better customer experience, you can pay more? That's, I'll just leave that with you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. It's really been a privilege and honor to be part of ABP Infocom almost after 3 years. And it's great to share the dais with so many distinguished CIOs. Thank you. For us, the kind of services that we provide, it's support extremely critical applications for customers. There are two aspects. One is the internal and the other is the external factor. Internal, it starts all with people, whether it is customer loyalty, customer experience, ultimately it drives from, it is the people loyalty, people experience. And that is what drives the profitability of the company, and growth and the profitability of the company. While people, product and services, and the processes, that is extremely important. And we, being a technology company, this innovation continues because we have to continuously do the innovation to provide the cutting edge services to the customer. But what is more important is, getting the feedback from the customer, to understand the changing needs and the expectation of the customer, and respond accordingly. And it is not enough only collecting the information, What you do with that information, that's very important. I will give an example. There is a Jara outlet, there's a young woman who has come and asked for a pink skirt. There was none that day. And of course, they have a process, they have noted it down. And they have a process, to collect all this information, and they've seen that in the last, say, couple of days, in around 2,000 outlets, similar demand has come. And they made it available in the next couple of weeks. And within couple of days' time, everything was sold off. And what they have realized is a celebrity has put some photographs on the Instagram, and her fan and followers, they wanted to have the same. The point that I want to make is, it is not enough only collecting the information, and what you do with the information is extremely important. And when it comes to customer experience, it is not a function of one team or department. It is the entire organization which has to be aligned with the purpose, whether it is a customer-facing team or a support function, be it finance, HR. Because one thing is very clear, every decision they take has an impact on the customer delivery. So it is extremely, extremely important that we hear our customers and we live up to the promises that we made to the customer, okay? And support the customer when they need it the most, when they are in distress. And that customer will never forget you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sankarshan.
I wanted to add a small thing. We realize we're sitting in the ITC debating whether customers pay premium or not. The thing is, customers routinely and frequently pay premium. Of course, there's affordability issues. Not everybody can come to the ITC. But every product you look, India's most recognized brand is Colgate, which is almost certainly more expensive than many local brands of toothpaste. But hardly any local brand ever survives. Because customers do want to pay premium, provided the promise holds up. They don't unnecessarily pay premium, or they don't pay premium and then don't like the product. Many products get stuck in the high cost problem, that they are costly and therefore they want customers to pay more. But customers don't want the cost, so they don't pay more. And there are some products that are set to be cheap, like the Tata Nano, which people don't necessarily want. They don't want a car just because it's low priced, as it turns out. So, I don't think customers behave very differently, regardless of country or income level. Their thresholds may be lower. As I said, not everybody in India will sit around and be able to afford an ITC. But if they could, many people would come. There will be other people who say that we can afford, let's say, a 3-star hotel, or a 2-star hotel, or a 1-star hotel. But at the same time, almost everybody is willing to pay a premium for a better experience. That is apparently what life is about. We have suddenly become a nation of tourists.
Amen to that. I work for a professional services company, so if I can give better service, my customers would pay me more. But I think I totally agree, and we're running out of time, but you guys have been truly an amazing panelists. I think very, very informative session. I personally learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. Suman Banerjee, CHRO, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come on stage, please, to present mementos to our chairperson and moderator and our panelists here. For this very, very interesting session, we thank Mr. Harish Agarwal. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing and moderating this beautiful session. Thank you, Mr. Suresh Vijay Raghavan, Mr. Sharvani Bhatia, Mr. Atanu Pramanik, Mr. Sankashan Banerjee, sorry, I think I've got it all, Mr. Nihar Chakravarti. Thank you to each one of you, and if you can just step forward for the photograph, please. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank our chairperson and moderator, Mr. Harish Agarwal, Mr. Suresh Vijay Raghavan, Ms. Sharbani Bhatia, Mr. Atanu Pramanik, Mr. Sankashan Banerjee, and Mr. Nihar Chakravarti. Thank you for this truly intense session that we had on delivering a super customer experience, the CIO panel. Thank you. We request you to take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick 15-minute break. And I request all of you to come back. It's 5:15 now. We request all of you to come back by 5:30 because the power panel that we're going to have is indeed going to be very interesting for all of you because we have the Indian beauty pageant contestant, Usoshi Sengupta, who is going to be moderating and chairing this session. We'll have the panelists, Prasenjit Chatterjee, one of my favorite actors, Ranadip Moitra, fitness expert, Balreet Singh Chadda, executive chef of the Park Hotel, and Vijay Malhotra, area executive chef, East ITC Hotels. So all of you have to be here if you have to see and understand what Eat Clean, Burn It Right mantra to healthy living is all about. If you want to hear about this, you have to be back in the hall by 5:30. It's 5:15, 5:30, please be back here again. Have a nice break and please come back and join us again. And if you want to know what else we're going to have the fireside chat again, and the speaker is going to be Mr. Sanjay Purohit in conversation with Mr. Sanjay Hiranandani. And then we're going to have the CIO Award evening. That is going to be something to look forward to. All of you, we have a fantastic evening ahead of us. 3 more sessions, and these are going to be very, very exciting, adventurous, and interesting. So see you soon.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 check.
Hello, check.
I can hear. Yeah, it's fine now, I guess. He has to say something.
Check.
Hello, check. Ankur, can you hear me?
You're able to hear me? I can hear you now.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Ankur. Ankur, confirm if you are able to hear me.
I can hear you loud and clear, Sanjeev. Go for it. Am I audible on the speakers inside?
Yes, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Don't talk now.
Perfect.
Ankur, can you go onto horizontal mode for mobile? Yeah, okay.
Sound, hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, hello, check.
So here, this is the area that you use. I can use this space. I can use this much space, right? It will not disturb the audience and it will not disturb him. He will. So if I look at him, he can see me also. Right? Yeah.
Check sound, hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, sound, hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, hello, check. Sound, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, sound, hello, check. Check, hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sundar, hello, check, 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 check. Hello, sound, hello, check. Hello, check, check, check sound. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. এটা ঠিক আছে? Hello, check, check. Hello, act number.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can see that all of you are well back on time because all of you know that this is going to be quite an interesting session because it's about health, about beauty, about cooking, about eating, about so many things. And so all of you are here. And I can see a beautiful lady who's going to be moderating and who's going to be chairing this session. She is a contestant. She's a beauty contestant, but I can see her beauty through and she's really beautiful. You're so beautiful. And I can see a lot of other handsome men around me also who's going to be part of the panel, I guess. So in a short while from now, we are going to start, and as soon as my favorite actor comes in, we are going to start off. Start? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot of excitement. I can see that. And without any delay, I'm going to start off with the power panel, Eat Clean, Burn It Right, Mantra to Healthy Living. I will add here, be happy and keep smiling. And the chairperson and our moderator for this session is the beautiful, gorgeous Ushoshi Sen-Gupta. She's an Indian beauty pageant contestant. Please welcome her on stage as I request all of you to put your hands together for the gorgeous Ushoshi Sen-Gupta. Ma'am, please take your seat as the chairperson and moderator. We have with us Mr. Prasenjit Chatterjee, actor, one of my favorite actors. Has he come? Yes, he's coming in, absolutely. May I request Mr. Ranadip Moitra, fitness expert, to kindly join us on stage. Put your hands together for Mr. Ranadip Moitra. Mr. Balreet Singh Chadda, Executive Chef of the Park Hotel. Warm welcome to you, sir. And Mr. Vijay Malhotra, Area Executive Chef, East ITC Hotels. Warm welcome. Look at this panel, beautiful. And here is my favorite actor, the most handsome, Mr. Prasenjit Chatterjee. Warm welcome to you. Please take your seat, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand over the session to the gorgeous moderator and chairperson, Madam Ushoshi. Ma'am.
Thank you so much. You have been really, really kind, and you are so beautiful and gorgeous, and it's always a privilege to get a compliment from another beautiful lady. Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody, and I know it's a house full today, and of course, why not? Because we are talking about something very, very important, fitness, and eating clean and burning right is the right way to do this. Before I was called to moderate this panel, I thought about, I'm going to be talking about food and fitness with some of the biggest icons of the industry. So let me just do a little homework and, find out about what's happening everywhere around us about fitness. And then, there's no one better than this panel today to discuss this. And before I start, I would request you guys to give a round of applause for these amazing people who have made time and come here. Come on, make that louder. I'm sure you're fitter than that. So, I read this quote somewhere that the best way to, predict your health is to make it. And I think the best way to make your health is eating right. Growing up in my 15 years of my modeling career as a beauty pageant winner, going to international platforms, I was pushed into the fitness space. I don't think we kind of grow up in Indian families. Most of the Indian families, we don't grow up with an active agenda to work on fitness until and unless we have one of our parents who have been into fitness. So my first question is to you, Rono. You have been running, apart from being a fitness expert, Ronodeep runs this amazing chain, one of the most successful fitness chain in the city called Endorphins. I started my fitness journey in Calcutta through endorphins. So I know what Rono focuses on is not the traditional gym. Not the traditional way of how we think about working out in a gym is supposed to be. So my question to you is, Rono, what is the most sustainable way of burning fat or working out according to you? I mean, for somebody who doesn't know anything about fitness.
Ushashi, burning fat cannot be the first priority of fitness. To me, fitness, when you said that he doesn't believe in traditional, I think I look at it just the other way around. Everything I teach is extremely traditional if you look at tradition as something that is as old as evolution. And if you look at man's evolutionary movements, which are integral for man's survival in a hostile environment that he found himself when he first came to Earth, when he was a hunter-gatherer. So if you didn't have movements inherent to your nature, you couldn't survive. So that's all I teach. And I find that there's fantastic value in those movements because as a result of the movements and then eating like a hunter-gatherer, you have good metabolic health and you have good musculoskeletal health. When we talk about health, we have very two aspects. Metabolic health, this health within, which is your heart, your liver, your kidney, your organ health. And the other is musculoskeletal health, which is the health of your joints and your muscles. And both are in sync. The human body is such that you can't separate one from the other. So all that I teach is to live in sync with your natural metabolic and musculoskeletal pattern. And it's simple as that. It's as old as the hills, right? So there's nothing modern or non-traditional about the way.
Right. My next question to you would be, Rono, that a lot of people in today's world, day and age, we don't find the time to hit the gym to go work out. So as somebody who's running a fitness studio and has this line of gyms, what do you suggest to people working out at home versus working out at a gym? How is it different? And why should somebody focus on working out in a gym?
Okay, suppose you're serious about singing, for example, and you sing at home, but if you sing off tune, it's not going to hurt your health. You'll still be happy. But if you move off tune, you're going to hurt your health, right? So I work out under a trainer after 30 years of experience. I still have somebody looking at me when I move because I know one wrong move can actually hurt me, right? So yeah, that I think answers your question because some things, you can work out. If you think that I'm burning calories and I'll get thin, oh sure, you can go ahead and do anything. Because no matter how you move, badly or well, you'll burn calories. But then that can't be the focus. Burning calories shouldn't be the focus of a workout. You're really working out to become a healthier person.
Right. My next question to Chef Chadha. Chef, we all love our Indian khana. I mean, Indian food is the best, I feel. I remember going to the Miss Universe pageant and eating American food for 10 days and the Indian in me was crying. So I literally Googled dal, chawal, roti, and the first restaurant that came in, I ordered it. Now, of course, Indian food is not considered to be the healthiest, considering essentially the oil and the spices that we use in our food. So how do you kind of cater to the modern Indian or modern, customers who are looking at a healthier option of Indian food?
Well, hello. So, one, I do not see the cuisine as Indian cuisine. I call it the cuisines of India. There are various cuisines, and now coming to the Indian food being healthy or not, let me address that. I don't find rice as a bad ingredient. I just find that the big five have an issue because they have been overproduced because of the demand, right? And the producing capabilities were not enough. So that's how the fertilizers came in. And that's what happened to our food, and that slowly progressed to the lentils, coming to the dal of it. Now, say, imagine, do not use any refined oil, the kind of fat we use. Now, if you change the fat on a daily basis, like say today you have red peanut oil, you cook your food in red peanut oil, tomorrow you cook it with, a coconut oil, the third day you cook it with the yellow mustard oil, fourth day with the, I'm not a big supporter of the black mustard oil, but yes, the fourth day you do that. Food is extremely healthy because you're talking about proteins, you get the amount of carbs what is required from the rice, and you have every fat which is plant derived. So when you put science behind it, and especially something called ghee. Now what does ghee do? Ghee plays with your brains. It produces something called as gamma. Now gamma tells your brains that, listen, I'm satisfied, I'm happy. So that's what ghee does. So I feel Indian food was way advanced to what we know of it now. And it is really healthy. And when you design things around it, when you know your regions, when you know your local specialities, when you know the demography where you are around, I feel, anybody and everybody can design or curate an amazing menu with what the kind of extensive repertoire, especially what we have in the various cuisines of the country. So that's how I go about doing it.
Right, chef. So you mean to say that butter chicken can be healthy?
Why not? Used to write tomatoes, used to write butter, fat. You don't have to use the processed butter. And used to write malai. You can choose your malai. You can choose whether it has to come out of the buffalo milk or come out of the cow milk, or what kind of cow are you deriving the milk from to get the cream out. So why not? The spices are right. The spice is not there just to, burn yourself. The spices are benefiting you one way or the other. They're helping your gut, they're helping your digestive system to digest all that food. And the proteins, it's cooked, smoked, and, right there, cooked as fresh as possible. The fat what you have used to smear on it has all gone down. It's not there anymore, so I feel it's healthy.
That's a great thought. What you just said about using the right ingredients. My question to Chef Malhotra is that, Chef, when we talk about ingredients, how important it is to choose the right ingredients in your journey to eat clean, and with the whole idea of having so many new malls and grocery stores, how a farmer's market and choosing the right ingredients can affect your health?
The ingredients play the most important role, no doubt. And as far as we at ITC are concerned, we are getting into something like the local love and the local war, which incidentally means that we are sourcing our produce from within a certain radius of 60, 70 or 80 kilometers, which is not only helping the farmers, but at the same time, I'm more concerned about the product that I'm getting, the raw material which I'm getting. And when you talk about sourcing the raw material, as Valpreet just mentioned, that what goes into the making of a murg makhani is not only the butter alone, but there are a number of other spices also which go into it, and nobody really understands as to why the Westerners or the people in the past have invaded our country. Wasn't it because of the spices? Was it only because of the gold, what they were trying to dig into? But it was more than that, and the black peppercorns are still known as the black gold for the entire world. So sourcing the ingredients is the most critical part, wherein am I leaving any carbon footprints when I'm sourcing out anything from any one of the Western countries? So why not do everything which I can do locally and produce my food based on that and give a warranty, healthy cooking and the food to my guests?
Wow, that's wonderful. But Chef, do you think that eating clean then is kind of closer to eating fresh? How do you kind of consider packaged food, and how do you integrate that in a fitness diet?
In my kitchen, there is no space for the packaged food, number one. What we do is completely fresh and the produce that we source out every day, where the deliveries happen to our doorstep. So that's where the perishables come in. So there is none of the perishables are used in a processed form. Yes, when I talk about food, my groceries still come once a week. But when it comes to all the perishable produce, the meats, the vegetables, they are being delivered to me every day. And so much so that none of our meat products also are received in the frozen form. So we try to stick to the produce as fresh as possible.
I think that's what is a brilliant thing. Come on, yeah. I think to support your local farmers and to eat fresh is such an integral part of your health. And I think coming from top chefs of our country, I think that's what we need to hear, that the whole fad diet, idea is so, it's not what keeps your fitness, to the place it should be. My next question to you, Bumbada, you are, of course, everybody's favorite, the mega star, the superstar, and an absolute fitness icon to everybody in our country. I mean, at every age and every time of your life, you have been your fittest best. And I think you have kind of started this fitness trend in our industry. I mean, now you have a son who is into fitness and is a complete sports and fitness fanatic. I keep seeing all your posts about him. So, Bhumata, my question to you is, now since you kind of watch him grow, how fitness has been different for you versus him? Like, when you compare the kind of fitness regime he follows versus what you do, how do you differentiate that?
Well, good evening. I think, first of all, I need to say that I think we didn't have people like Rono, When we started our career around 40 years back, it was like we used to personally decide what to do and what not to do. We really never had somebody who will guide us. We didn't have any proper teacher, proper trainer, of course, about food also. So now there is a guideline. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of gym, there are a lot of trainers, and there are a lot of professionals, in fact, to help you out. So I think the difference between me and my son is that he is growing up, and he's growing up with, in fact, whenever he's back to Kolkata from his, normally he goes to Rono's place only. So they have some proper guidance. But I am a person who really doesn't want to give it up. So it's not because my son is going to Rono, I will not go to Rono. So it's something like that. I take challenges in a very different way. I do have a, 4-storied building, but I have a lift, but I don't take my lift. No, it's a big no. So I maintain myself in a very different manner because we are overworked also. We are overstressed also. For me, of course, exercise, food, and for me, the most important thing is always been is a kind of a discipline. I think that's where we really, somewhere we go wrong. I always tell it to my son also that whatever gym you do, whatever food you take, whatever, that's all fine. People are guiding you, you're going through it. And he wants to be a sportsman, like he wants to be I don't know, but till now he wants to be a footballer. So it's fine, do everything, but of course you have to be also disciplined. That's also very important. So for me, it's been always a kind of a discipline you can maintain yourself. That's been always my force, basically.
But Bumbada, I know, correct me if I'm wrong. I think to maintain that discipline in today's time and era where, we have so much distraction and so much happening around us, it is difficult, And do you think having a person to guide you in your fitness journey helps with that? If there's a constant check?
Of course. I mean, today's date, when we do have people like Rono or somebody who's helping you out, of course, this is the help which I'm getting from last 10, 12 years. And the best part is in our city, I used to always say that we really never had good gym, 15 years back, 20 years back, we really had to find out whether it's a 5-star hotel or maybe some places where I still remember when Rono started a gym, it was a small old bungalow and hardly there were some machines there. So we used to go there because it was Rono, we know he's the right person to guide us. We have somebody expert with us. And slowly today's date, if you see, in every corner there is a gym. And not only from our profession, I said, Even people are getting conscious about their health. People are using gym, they are taking proper food, they are taking help from the, proper people. So that is a huge advantage now, not only for the younger generation, I will say rather for the people who are 50 plus. That's really helping us. And they're helping the society to have this kind of a gym and a proper trainer also. I think that's something we can see.
I think that's such a motivation, guys. Come on, give it up for Bumbada, yeah.
Thank you.
Fitness doesn't have a particular age. You can, you are fit for yourself, not for anyone else. So, I mean, moving on to Rono. Rono, I think what Bumbada was just saying about when he first went to your studio and there was nothing. So our idea of traditional gyms have always been there will be some machines lined up and, our trainers have to be beefed up, and if we have a very thin trainer, then we don't take them seriously. So how that trend has changed over the years, and what is in the fitness industry or in the fitness space, is there a particular age group that you see who are more concerned about their health, and what it should be like, is what I wanted to ask.
The thing is now, fitness still, despite all the changes, fitness still is looked at very much for most people from a very cosmetic point of view, number one. And it's also viewed as a luxury, right? It's not priority. The space that in my mind, and space I know with my life and other people I work, for me it's preventive medicine, right? I don't think symptomatic treatment of disease is curative medicine. I think this is preventive medicine. Okay, so there are really the four doctors that you really need. Yeah, one is Dr. Diet, because you are what you eat. Without good food. One is Dr. Quiet, which could be your meditation, your books, your singing, your whatever gives you your quiet walks, your me time. And one is Dr. Happiness. And the last is Dr. Movement. But if you don't have the first three in place, then movement will be disastrous for you. Okay, so people are under stress, and they're in the office, and they drive in traffic, which is stressful, and they go into the gym, and there's loud music, and they get onto the treadmill and go boom, 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 and they think I'm going to get health. It's not going to happen, right? So it's health to me is something holistic, and it's a marriage of all four, maybe five, maybe six things, the way you look at it. So coming to where fitness is not how you look. You say you're big beefy guys and somebody who looks like a bouncer and saying, oh, no, it's how you feel within and your ability to do what you need to do. If you need to, I'm sure he has sometimes he had, 24-hour days, right? You start shooting in the morning and end up at night. And to be able to do it, performing the same way in the first ball as in the last, yeah, I think to me that is fitness. And you need to do everything that you need to do to able to do that, which means eating well, sleeping well, your thoughts, and moving well.
And I mean, just a random thought that came to my mind. In the last few months, there have been a lot of deaths in the gym, I mean, people running on the treadmill and dying of cardiac arrest. Does this have anything to do with unnoticed working out or, kind of forcing yourself in the gym? How do we understand when our body is saying no to us? What is the right way to gauge that at a fitness studio?
Okay, so that could have just been a coincidence. They might have just been on a treadmill when they died. But let me tell you, putting your heart under stress, submaximal stress, like stress that couldn't go on for 45 minutes or 1 hour, but just submaximal, is disastrous for your heart. So when they say do cardio for a strong heart, it's a complete myth. So when you put your heart under stress for such long periods of time, your body secretes something called cortisol, which is a stress hormone. Right? And that stress hormone can't be good for your heart. We were never meant to walk, jog as a species. From where we came, if we went walking in the forest, we would get eaten up. So our brain can't make us believe that walking can be good for you. Because we couldn't just go for, we are the only species that goes for a walk or a jog. Jog is completely unnatural to animal kingdom or to human. I mean, why do you jog? We are the only species to go for, go for a recreational run. It's not necessary for your body at all. Right? In fact, there was this guy called Jim Fix in the 80s in America, and he said he was a big one for promoting jogging or marathoning for health, until he died at the age of 50 with a heart attack, and that's called the Jim Fix syndrome. He used to go for a run every day. So running is primal. We only run to escape, to get away from danger, to chase an animal, to escape from an animal. And all of it is done in speed. It's not a recreation. So every time you go to go and get on a treadmill and walk or run or jog, I mean, I wish you could run. Most people can't run, they pretend to run. Most marathoners, you look at them, they're just pretending to run, and they like it because there's a good cocktail party bucket list to say that I've done a marathon. So yeah, it's completely unnatural. It's completely unnatural. So it's not good. I can't believe it's good for your heart. You make a leopard jog every day, it'll die. It'll be so bad for his musculoskeletal. He's not meant to, I don't believe human beings are meant to just put stress on their heart for long periods of time. So much for cardio.
I think that's why, I think that's the reason we need, there are experts in every industry, and such a great platform to listen to this from an expert himself. Chef, my next question to you, Chef Malhotra, is, I feel that, that today Indian food is everywhere. We have an Indian restaurant in every country in the world. What do you think about the Indian cuisine that appeals to the world so much? Even in countries where people are very, very thoughtful about what they eat in terms of eating clean, they still want to explore Indian cuisine. So what, according to you, about Indian cuisine is what is kind of really impacting the world?
In our food, there are three white devils. One is refined sugar, refined flour, maida, and third is refined oil. Now, when we traditionally look at this, does my Indian food have these things predominantly? No. We are the land where we have been taught the use of jaggery, unrefined sugar. We have been taught the use of besan, atta, or flours of everything else but maida. So I really treat them as three white devils. Now, when I look at the Western cuisine, they use all these three things in innumerable forms. Why to go far away? If you just talk about one of the most basic dishes, which is pasta with a white sauce, that has got the maida in it. Now, these are the three things which cause a lot of imbalance in our body. Coming back to your question, which is the Indian food all across the world, why the Indian food is loved now? One, because it's very flavorful, whereas if you talk about the Western food, it doesn't use the spices or the flavorings that we use. Which international cuisine talks about use of cardamom, cloves, cinnamon, or in totality, any one of them, in combination or singularly. So that's where they all form very integral part. But now the science is unraveling a lot of things once again, that what role all these spices play in our cuisine. They are the ones who are very rich in antioxidants, and somewhere or the other, when we talk about even a simple jug of water or a bottle, even if we add, say, 2 cloves to it or a cinnamon stick to it, it changes the tashir of that water. It's so cooling on the body. Now, that is where the world across is realizing the importance or the health benefits of the Indian food. As Balpreet was mentioning, that when we are cooking with the fat medium, why is it that we have gone away from the use of dalda completely? It's only the small time bakeries, probably they may end up using dalda because it gives you a very good khari or puffs all across. But in the 5-star setups, we are far away from them, and the best cooking medium that we'll be using is either the mustard oil, kachi ghani, or otherwise the ghee. So they all play a very strong role in our day-to-day cooking of the Indian cuisine.
Chef Chadda, my next question is to you that for somebody who is starting their eat clean journey, what would you suggest as a chef, what would you suggest, what is the first few steps to take and what is a must have in our kitchen and we should, I mean, traditionally we might think it's not good for us, but what are the must haves from Indian kitchen which are great to start your fitness eat clean journey?
Well, I'm a firm believer of a small sentence called "Eat your rainbow." You know, so one. In fact, I've just started, to push myself. I would call it push currently, because I love eating at odd times and whatever I get to. But but I'm focusing on eating right. So, you know, a lot of a lot of education is going inside it. So I try to read whatever I can, which makes sense. Which makes so what happens is, what do you need to have? You need to have, as I mentioned, the right vegetables, colorful vegetables, balance them right, have the right fats, go around mixing the different mediums of fat whenever you can. Like, understand what does a black coffee do to you. While waking you up, it is lowering your blood pressure. You need to understand that. So, will a 5 ml of black seed oil, which is kalonji oil as we all know, what would it do to it? It actually balances your blood pressure right there, and it gives you the right amount of fat which is inside, and then kalonji, which is really helpful for your digestive system, is going inside, because what is the best form of a seed? It's the fat which you've taken out in the form of oil, right? So I would suggest that know what you're eating and then get your fruits right. You have to understand that if you are off a sugary diet, I know mango is a great fruit, it's the king of fruits in the country, but then you need to understand what kind of sugar is a variety of mango giving to you. So if you love having fruits, go for berries. I mean, 100 grams of berries, something like a blueberry would give you about 10 grams of sugar max. So you need to get that, if you like something sweet, this is how you can balance out your meal. You can go green, everybody talks about the color green. And this is what green do to you. This is what, you need to have greens all the time. But you need to understand that greens do have the required amount of iron, which is required in the body, yes. But can your body absorb that iron? Or what does your body need to absorb the iron from that green? Do you have it in you? Are you having the right amount of vitamins? Are you only dependent on eating vegetables and fruits to get the vitamins? Why don't you go wake yourself up with the sunlight? There's a lot of vitamin D there, right? So I would suggest, as he mentioned here, it's a very holistic approach on how do you need to, enjoy your food. As we all know that we were all hunters once, right? Farming came not very long ago, and that's why the fad of intermittent fasting is there, because there were times when human beings never had food for longer durations, right? So we liked it or not, but that was fasting. We were fasting for that long. So there were times where you get a whole animal to eat or a lot of vegetables and fruits to eat, but then there were times you were starving, right? So we are made, our bodies were designed to handle that kind of pressure or stress or whatever you can call it now. So I feel, yes, these days you have a lot of calories deficit diet. There's a lot of science involved inside it, but it is very individualistic to you. One needs to understand his or her body. What are you reacting to? Like these days, I have understood that I've started reacting to milk products.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen at a later stage of your life.
It is
also
not probably troubling me, but then what am I getting? I tend to cough whenever I have, any form of milk product. But then if I mix it up with something, I don't. So it is affecting me, but am I allergic to it? No. I got my allergen test done. I mean, test done, but then I was not. But then, yeah, my body is currently telling me that, listen, buddy, I'm not liking it. Yes, so I need to realize that. I need to work around it that, okay, if not lactose, what else do I need to get my stuff in order? If I need to sleep, if I need to relax my mind, I need to have the L-theanine. How do I get it? If I'm not getting it out of the green teas, what are the tabs there? Are they sourced? Are they natural? Are they relaxing me? How many times of those L-theanine do I have? am I getting the right amount of magnesium in my body? It is also helping my nerve tissues, helping a lot of things. Is the right amount of amino acid which is required. So we need to understand that these are the vegetables, these are the fruits, these are the nuts, which help us get all these minerals, all these vitamins, all these acids, which are ultimately helping us. And for me, that is what eating clean is.
Wow, listen to your body and eat clean is what Chef Chadda's mantra is. Now, moving on to Bumbada. Bumbada, have you ever had to gain a lot of weight or lose a lot of weight for any role ever? And like, if you have ever done that?
Yeah, mate. It's like every year I have to do it. Once I do my Kaka Babu, I have to gain weight. When I'm doing a film like Shesh Pata, which is going to release on 14th April, I had to at least reduce around 10 to 12 kilos. I had a very bad thing for around 2 months was a raw diet. So
do you follow like a fad diet?
I really wanted to see that it's like I should look sickly. So that's something which I do normally with proper help, of course, but these are really very stressful, which I do.
So while doing that, do you follow any fad diet like an intermittent fasting or a keto diet, or do you believe in the fad diet trend, or I mean, is it good for people to follow it, or what do you suggest?
I'm not an expert to say on that, but of course, when I do it very purposely because I have to do it for my profession, Sometimes I need to look, like when I did Netaji Subhash Bose, I never looked like Netaji Subhash Bose. I had to really gain weight for that. So, yeah, but something I know is that how to also, come back to my shape. That's something which I do very honestly. That's my profession, but otherwise, I was just talking to Rono also. I really love to have shukto,
I know.
I think that's something which we miss. Like shukto is a very healthy food. Why not? Why we talk that food is bad? I mean, you have to choose the right food. And I don't know about this long, kind of a thing which people are doing right now, that they're eating at 9 o'clock again in the morning after maybe at 12 hours, 14 hours they eat. It's something which is very on for the younger people also I've been seeing. I'm not very sure that whether it is very right or wrong, but I will prefer to have at least something in every 2 to 3 hours, which I try to do, something which is healthy. That's the way I handle myself.
I'm sure you don't eat anything, Bumbada.
No, I eat, but I eat
I know, he's extremely disciplined about his food. And it's not now. Ever since I know him,
yes.
He's very, very disciplined.
Rono, what's your take on intermittent fasting? Since it's a fad right now, people everywhere are doing it.
Yeah, but there is a science behind it, because like Balji said, that he says, I eat at odd hours. Your brain is not supposed to know when you're going to eat. We eat for social reasons, right? Okay, it's 1 o'clock lunchtime. Our brain is not programmed like that. Like you said, we are hunter-gatherers. So if you're lucky to have a kill, if you're lucky to collect enough fruits and berries, we'll eat. Otherwise, we just go hungry for a long time. We don't get up in the morning and there's the lavish breakfast. You say you should breakfast like a king. Absolutely wrong, right? So anyway, this is not the time and place to get into this. But yeah, fasting is great for the body. You know something? If you can, I know my doctor, for example, yesterday we were in a wedding, a party, and he looks at his watch and it says 42 hours. I said, what's that? He said, I haven't eaten for 42 hours. But I know if today you didn't eat for 3 days, every cancer or maybe the potential cancer cell in your body would die. It can be born again because cancer cells are born in the body all the time. I'm just saying that you would have none of it. In fact, in Germany, before you go in for chemo, they don't let you eat for about 48 to 54 hours or something like that. And so that's how good fasting is for our body, because remember, when the insulin, there are a lot of villains, like for example, cholesterol gets a bad name. There's nothing wrong with cholesterol. There's no good or bad cholesterol. Cholesterol is neutral, is neither harmful nor harmless. It's insulin that's the big villain. It's insulin, let me tell you. And when insulin levels drop, and they have to drop, our growth hormone levels go up. They have a relationship where one goes, So growth hormone is the repair hormone in your body, and it has tons of work to do. It's like your skin, your hair, your organs need to rejuvenate, you need growth hormone. Okay, so when you're suffering from a disease that, and primary, so again, not a place to get into it, but I have an autoimmune inflammatory condition. And if I could, I don't fast. If I could, I've done it. I've done, like yesterday, I went 18 hours without eating. But if I could do more, it's fantastic for my inflammation. I felt it.
On that note, I'm going to open the panel for the audience. I'm going to take some questions. Anybody? Yeah. Can we have a mic for sir, please? Can we have a mic for? Okay.
Thank you very much. Hello. Yes. Thank you. This is for Mr. Moitra, and it's more of a request. You know that thing that you said about man not being, you know, cardio and running and jogging is bad for you? If you would very kindly say that again, I want to record it on my phone and send it to my wife.
Okay, I'll say this in a slightly more...
Seriously.
Slightly more serious way. Running...
I'm sure she's not going to ask you to come jog with her early morning ever again.
So, okay. So if there's one magic bullet for health, it is running. But, hang on, it is running. But not everybody can run. Running and I'm not talking about races or competitive running, running as a primal need for survival necessitates speed. If you run for speed, even if it means just 10 or 15 seconds, after which you run out of steam, doesn't matter. So long as you're doing it, you're trying to get from point A to point B as fast as you can, it's good for your health. If you're ambling along and jogging or pretending to run because you can't run, it's really bad for your health. Get an expert, learn to run, learn good technique, address the muscles that are dysfunctional or have imbalance that are able to make you run. Just the whole process of learning to run will give you health and wellness. Even if you can't become an expert runner, just learning the whole mechanics of running is great for your body. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying run, do not run. I'm saying learn to run first. That itself is great for your health.
I'm really sorry, I can't use that. She won't buy it.
I just put it in the right perspective.
You still have to go for a run, sir,
so
every
that
morning.
People shouldn't think that, you know, but please, my request, do not jog. You know one of the greatest athletes that ever lived? Garfield Sobers. I think all of us would agree, one of the great. He says, when I see people running, I come out of my house and I stop them and say, son, don't run. He's got arthritis in both the knees. Okay? Running competitively and running for recreation are two completely different things. They're different biomechanically, that's like absolutely different things.
We're going to take two more questions. Okay, can we have the mic for the gentleman in the second last row?
Hi, so it's like a general question. Can affordability and eating healthy, like you mentioned, blueberries instead of like refined sugar, can affordability and eating healthy go hand in hand in a middle-class Bengali household? That's my question.
Chef Chadha, would you like to take up the question?
Definitely. I mean, in fact, this issue was addressed way long back. See, India is the largest producer. I would just, talk about one ingredient. I can talk about many, like Chef had mentioned here, jaggery. India is the largest producer of millets. The varieties of millets what we have, because millets can grow when it's flooding, they can still grow when there's drought. Imagine the price what you're getting it at. So if you're right there, you can get them for really cheap. The biggest benefit of a millet is that you cannot eat a lot of them. It automatically, your body can only take a certain amount and you're satisfied, right? So that solves that, if you find them expensive, you're not going to eat, like somebody eats good 400 grams of biryani in Kolkata, you cannot eat that with a millet, if you're doing that. In terms of vegetables, if you're talking about, a lot of people think that organic vegetables are expensive. It's the way they're marketed. You can fetch those in fact, nobody's stopping us from growing a lot of vegetables in our terraces. You know, we can actually grow them. It's not, in fact, there are different mediums which help us to grow them. And it's just a little bit of hard work which is involved there. And even if you find them on, you know, there's a German way of farming called as biodynamic farming, which is done as per the lunar calendar. You know, that ensures that the vegetables which are grown with that medium, as chef mentioned something about tasir, where, you know, so those vegetables are only, they don't produce heat in your body, right? So, you know, all these vegetables, they grow in, so in fact, a lot of Indian farming is done by the biodynamic way. So all of them, when we go to those farms, it's actually cheaper. It's just the way it's marketed, which is making it expensive. A nice trip to one of these farms would fetch you all of these, you know, ingredients at the affordable price. So yes, they go hand in hand.
Can I? Okay, so you're from Calcutta?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you're Bengali?
Of course.
You know what is lal shak?
Lal shak? Yes.
Lal shak?
Yes.
Kolmi shak?
Obviously.
Shukto? Amloki? Trifola?
Obviously.
Nimbegun?
Yes.
Expensive?
No.
You know, that's what I meant when we said that the farmer's market, you just need to go and find your closest market. You know, when I came back to Calcutta, my dad would religiously take me to Goriahat market to do his Macher Bazaar and Shobjir Bazaar. Of course, he would spend 1 hour in Macher Bazaar and exactly 20 minutes in Shobjir Bazaar. That's a separate thing. But the fresh produce, you will be surprised to see what our markets can give you. One more question, sir. Okay, we'll take two. One question. Okay, anyone can go first.
Generally, doctor says...
Sir, I'll take your question. I'll take your question. Sir.
Generally, doctor says that refined sugar and jaggery are equally responsible for your diabetes. Means if you have diabetes, you don't eat either jaggery or refined sugar. So how the users or general public will understand the benefits of the jaggery and from the sugars? Sir.
Chef Malhotra, Chef, would you like to answer this?
See, everything consumed in moderation is okay. Once the body's threshold breaks, then probably the doctors come into the picture and they have to play their role. That's where the degrees and everything is there. So, but having said that, the unrefined ones are more reliable as far as the refined ones are there. Jaggery is one part of it, but similarly, when you get into stevia, for example, or these natural sources are again so good, which give you the natural sugars in your day-to-day consumption. As another thing that when we were discussing about, when Balpreet again mentioned about the mango part, or the berries, where mango, 100 grams of mangoes will easily give you about 100 calories. But similarly, 100 grams of berries will not give you 100 calories, but somewhere around 10 grams, 10 milligrams. So that's where it is. How do you moderate your meal? Even if it is, it's not necessarily that you have to be reliant on the medicines all the time. But if we start regulating, especially after 40, if we start regulating and be careful of what we consume, it's going to play a long role in your longevity, in your long life and a healthy living.
I'm just going to add a quick point there, sir. Sugar is sugar, whether it's white sugar or jaggery. I think jaggery is the lesser evil. And also, if you have to see what kind of cuisine what sugar your cuisine needs. Like, you can't make a tea cake with jaggery, or you can't make a nice Indian paesh without, with sugar. You need a jaggery for that. So you need to see what form of sugar is used in which part of your cuisine and how you are consuming it. But having said that, I think jaggery is the lesser evil than the white sugar. But having both in moderate, it could be good for you. But as humans, we don't know where the limit is. I mean, I can eat 100 cakes. I'm sure Chef would agree to that.
No, definitely. You see, that's why I started by answering that everything done in moderation is good for the system. But the moment it's bridging or crossing that limit, that's where it starts playing in a negative manner on our body.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Sir, last question. I know you have been wanting to ask this.
My question to Moitra. and maybe others also. You discussed, you touched the word of fasting. In Jainism, we have 18 hours and 36 hours of the fasting. And that is the best thing in the body. So wouldn't you be suggesting the next generation, like Prasanjit also mentioned, the next generation, on the advantages of the fasting, how it brings to the body and everything, and it grows all these stuff which is of most good for the India, the India and other things. So shouldn't be it taken as a this thing what you say is a necessity to express the details, advantages of the fasting on the body. So it kills the fasting kills 36 hours, everything in the, what is there in the system, it cleans out and the next day it is fresh.
See, along with fasting, there are many trends that are beneficial for the body, but not everything is peer-reviewed or scientifically established. So it becomes controversial when you come out and make a policy decision on it. You can't suddenly have a policy decision on health saying everybody should fast. It's a very personal thing and largely anecdotal, but you have to face it yourself. You have to find out for yourself because it'll work for a lot of people. It may not work for a few. I mean, even the most successful policies could be relevant to about 80% of the population. It's very successful. But yes, I can say that a lot of younger people are realizing the benefit of fasting. I know a lot of young people who fast. And they probably fast better than the previous generation. I know of a young boy, but in the early 20s, was very reluctant to come to, when I first took him to my doctor, he's an expert in functional medicine. He said, oh, I can't fast. What is this? My grandmother won't let me fast. Khate peete ghar ke ladka, ye khana nahi khata, kaise ho sakta hai? Today, that boy is on a 1 meal a day diet. And he said, I've never felt better. So you have to, it's something that you have to do it yourself and realize you can't impose it on people saying, oh, you must fast. But you try it. I mean, like you should open to it and try it and see how you feel. And you feel like $1 million. And I have personally seen parameters in people with clinical, with diabetes, thyroid, blood pressure. I've seen how these markers have improved with fasting. So I am convinced.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Thank you to everyone who made time for us. You guys have been a wonderful audience. Thank you so much for joining us and listening to us. I think eating clean and burning right is a very personal journey. You need to follow this under a right mentor if you can, sustainably afford it. If you can't, there are ways to reach out to, experts in today's day and world through online portals, through their, their social media. But a fitness journey is a very personal journey, and everybody at this day and age should embark on it. Thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you so much to each one of you for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very, very interesting and very intense session. May I request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee to kindly come on stage, please, to present mementos to our moderator, our speaker, and our panelists here today. Thank you very much, Usoshi Sengupta, for that interesting session. Mr. Vijay Malhotra, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Prasenjit Chatterjee, thank you very much for sharing your views with us. Mr. Ranadip Poitra, thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Baljeet Singh Chadda, thank you very much, sir, for sharing your inputs with us. This has truly been a very enriching session for all of us. May you please step forward. Request all of you to step forward. The photographers are waiting for a photograph with you. Lovely. Thank you so much. May we request you to take your seats in the auditorium. Thank you, Dada. Thank you. Thank you. I totally believe in the intermittent fasting. I've reduced from 85 to 66. That is not the thing. This is not the thing. Yes. I know people who've done it put on weight also. Yes. Good. So it has individuals. So I'll quickly take a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly remain seated. We have the fireside chat, Building Loyalty with Experience. And our speaker for this session is Mr. Sanjay Purohit, Group CEO, Sapphire Foods Partner, who will be speaking with us virtually in conversation with Mr. Sanjay Hiranandani, CEO, Dot1. So please be seated. This is going to be a very interesting session. In a short while, we're going to connect with Mr. Sanjay Purohit virtually. And Mr. Sanjay Hiranandani is going to carry on with this conversation. And straight after that, we are going to have the awards evening, the CIO Awards. So request everyone to be there from 6:30 to 8 p.m. onwards, and then on, we're going to have our dinner, all of us together, and connect and be happy in the process. We'd like to start the fireside chat, Building Loyalty with Experience. And I'd like to request Mr. Sanjay Hiranandani, CEO of Dot1, to kindly come forward. Here he is. Put your hands together. He's going to be in conversation with Mr. Sanjay Purohit, Group CEO of Sapphire Foods Partner. And here we have with us Mr. Sanjay Purohit, also on the screen. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, and it's a pleasure to be in front of such an audience. I'd have loved to be there in person, but forgive me that we are doing it on Zoom. Sanjay, it's good to see you again.
Good evening, Sanjay. Thank you for your time. Before we get started on the topic, we are sandwiched, Sanjay, between a topic which just happened on health, fitness, almost mouth-watering discussions on that topic, and a CIO awards and a few cocktails thereafter. So we are sandwiched with the topic of building loyalty with experience between these two topics. However, before we get started, I'll take this opportunity to laud the organizers of Infocom for once again getting us back under one roof. It's after 3 years that Infocom is happening in person. It's not just about getting us under one roof. I think ensuring that you continue to keep Infocom alive even in the year 2020 and 2021, when there was a crisis in the world, is what allowed this brand to continue. So fantastic. Kudos to the organizers. I also learned yesterday that the ABP group is celebrating its centenary this year, which is a fantastic achievement. And during the spotlight session when Sunil Gavaskar and G.R. Vishwanath were on stage over here, one heard Sunil Gavaskar saying that as a batsman, I knew how difficult it was to get to 100. What of course he did not say was that each time he got to 100, there was a standing ovation he received. So let us give ABP a standing ovation for getting to 100. It's an absolutely wonderful achievement. Now, Sanjay, we can start, if you don't mind. Sanjay, we are discussing the topic of building loyalty with experience. In this statement, there are two words that perplex me. One is the word loyalty and the other word is experience. You actually wonder after COVID whether this word loyalty has any meaning anymore. And I personally believe that experience is the most misunderstood 10-letter English word in the English dictionary, because most people talk about their experience in a biodata or in a CV, but are unable to use that experience when they are faced with a situation today to look back at what happened in the past and to use that experience. So some of your thoughts on this, please.
So you're quite right. They are misunderstood terms. but are they relevant today is the first question. And I think in an even more challenging world and an even more volatile world, both loyalty and experience are extremely important and relevant. And therefore, what I mean by this, let me just try and break it down. And both loyalty and experience are interlinked and intertwined. And first, let me just simply define what loyalty is and what experience is, and let's take it from there. So loyalty is very simply is just a show of support or allegiance. And experience is the feeling that we get when we are exposed to some stimuli or some situation. Now, in an organization, how does an employee experience the organization? Actually, the employee experiences the organization through the culture. Now, what is culture in a simple way? Culture informs the employee about a set of behaviors that are perhaps permissible, set of behaviors that are rewardable, set of behaviors that are punishable. And when you look at loyalty, when we say that loyalty is a show of support and allegiance, the important question to ask is allegiance or support to what? And actually it is, we always define loyalty in terms of time and in terms of just longevity, but it's not longevity. It is demonstrated over time, but it is actually demonstrated by showing that support and allegiance to the experiences that an organization has to offer. And therefore, if I were to slightly alter loyalty is when an employee shows that support and allegiance to the culture of the organization and helps propagate it, lives it on a day-to-day basis. That is what loyalty is. And often you'll hear a person say, I've been here for 10 years, but during the 10 years, have you added to the value of, added to the culture of the organization? Have you helped propagate it? And similarly in experiences, we say, I've got 10 years of experience, but are those, when we say experiences are what we feel out of a set of stimuli, in the workplace, it is what I've learned out of being exposed to different sets of work challenges. Now, unless I'm able to articulate that as a prospective employee and tell my prospective employer, these are the work challenges that I've been exposed to, and therefore these are my lessons that I've got. Only then does it become useful. But in today's world, loyalty, whether it is to an organization or for an organization to have a loyal employee who's propagating its values, or for a brand, a customer who's propagating the brand and actually being a advocate of the brand, very, very important still, Sanjay.
Absolutely, Sanjay. Very well put. In fact, during your articulation now, you use the word culture quite often. I've had the great fortune to come to your office, not just in your room, but across your entire office, where you are propagating 5 different attributes to your employees. Could you talk us through a little bit of that and how it's made a difference to the culture within your organization?
So in an existing organization, there is always an underlying existing culture, whether it's articulated or not. But in a young organization like Sapphire Foods, and we came into existence just about 6-7 years ago, for people around who don't know what Sapphire Foods is, that we are one of the two master franchisees of Yum brands, and we own and operate about 650 KFC and Pizza Hut restaurants in the country. So we are a fairly young organization. And in a young organization, it is very important to therefore articulate what an employee can expect out of the, by being in the organization, what is the kind of experiences that the employee could expect. Now, therefore, again, our background is such that we acquired 8 small different companies together, we merged them, and therefore there were 8 different cultures in the organization. So when we merged everything together and we said, now we are Sapphire Foods, it was important to establish the culture of this place. And culture established by saying, these are the values that are important in the organization, and these values therefore translate into the behaviors that are permissible and rewardable stroke punishable. Now, the 5 values that I espouse is the value of excellence, which is really, can you get better, or can all of us get better every single day? The second value is the value of courage, which is, can you, in order to drive excellence, often you have to swim against the tide. The third value we talk about is integrity. And integrity is all about doing the right things. It's not financial integrity, but integrity of purpose. We talk about empathy, which is how do we work together collaboratively. And then accountability or owner mindset. Now, these values we've tried to articulate. And this has driven the culture of the organization. And over a period of time, you've continued in the organization, who have been separated. When we hire, according to, try to hire according to these values. So this is how we try and give a consistent experience to our employees, and therefore hopefully they'll be loyal.
Wonderful.
I'm getting feedback. I hope.
No, we are hearing you. We are hearing you well, Sanjay. So coming back to loyalty, so we can then say that loyalty is internal. That's the loyalty that you want from your people. And then, of course, there is external loyalty, the loyalty that you strive as an organization to get out of your customers. I've known you, Sanjay, to be an extremely customer-centric person. How do you build that loyalty of brand with your consumers or with your customers? Could you talk us through that, please?
So similarly, similar to the employee-organization relationship is the consumer-brand relationship. Now, the brand is trying to build a set of loyal customers or consumers, and the brand is putting out saying that here are a set of experiences you can expect. And what are those experiences? In marketing jargon, it's called the consumer proposition of a brand. But it is essentially what are the physical attributes of a brand? What are the functional benefits that you get out of the brand? And what does the brand make you feel? Now, when it's consistently delivered, first of all, when it's articulated clearly and consumers know what to expect out of the brand, that's number one. And number two, it's consistently delivered over a period of time. That's when you get loyal customers. And you can pick, you can pick any brand. You can pick KFC. It's a brilliant brand. But there was a period of time when we were not consistent to, what we are trying to, what the brand stood for. And the brand is actually unapologetically all about chicken. And there was, believe me, a period in time when we were doing, apart from chicken, everything else. We were doing vegetarian, we were doing beverages, and so on and so forth. So the loyal consumer looked at the brand and said, these are not the experiences that I expect out of the brand. And therefore, the brand actually started to do bad things. And then when you went to, the core of the brand, what it was meant to deliver, again, the revived chicken and not try to, apologize and, get in a vegetarian also into the store and said, everything that you do is chicken, chicken, chicken. That's when, then the brand started reviving all over again. And today, you've got a set of really strong loyalists of the brand. And, people whom I talk to say, there's no brand like yours.
Wonderful.
But this story tells you can go through times when you miss what the experience is that the consumer is supposed to expect from a brand side also.
Wonderful, Sanjay, wonderful. Sanjay, you mentioned about the fact that you all are a young organization, just 6 to 7 years old. You all are a coming together of 7, 8 organizations got together. And in this early stage of the organization, you have gone into the market for an IPO. Yeah, and I'm aware of the fact that it was an extremely successful IPO. What was the experience around that IPO, not just for you individually, but for people around your organization, your leadership team, and how has that IPO bound them together in terms of loyalty to the organization? Could you talk us through that, please?
Very well. So I go back to two values that we talk about. First, the value of accountability, and the value of excellence, and I'll illustrate what I mean here. So the value of accountability is really about no excuses, execution. It's all about every employee having an owner mindset. Now, before the IPO, we actually had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity where the promoters, and they are private equity firms who are promoters, said that actually this is a great opportunity for us to translate owners' mindset into actuality. And therefore, they diluted about 1.5% of their equity, and they gave ESOPs to 1,000 employees, including restaurant store managers.
Wonderful.
Now, a restaurant manager, Sanjay, would earn anywhere between 6 and 7 lakh rupees per annum. Now, this is when the rubber hits the road, when through your actions you are able to demonstrate and you are able to fulfill the expectations and the experiences that people, so the experiences that you are promising. So this 1,000 employee list, people who got ESOP, I think it's quite rare in at least I know the IP space does this, but at least in the consumer and retail space, this white ESOP, grant is quite unheard of. And it, again, like I said, reinforces this value of accountability. We also talk about excellence. Now, excellence is about, simply defined, to get better every single day. Now, when we go into the market and we've got investors and we're asking investors to invest in us, one of our promises also is that we fulfill this value of excellence. And from year to year, we try and get better. So I'm just, actually the IPO in these two ways fulfilled some of the cultural aspects that we have been trying to promote and promise, over this period of time that we've existed.
That's absolutely wonderful, Sanjay. I've seen the buoyancy within the organization after the IPO. It's not just about those people who got ESOPs. I think even those people who have been seeing the work going around, the fact that Sapphire is now listed on the NSE and BSE gives a very buoyant feeling to everyone within the organization. So I think the IPO has led to a sense of pleasure amongst the people within your organization.
So I must tell you this is a small story. So we had, one of our area managers in a particular region. I mean, he actually got a badge saying that, so we've got KFC and Pizza Hut. He got a badge with our logo, Sapphire logo, and it said, "I'm a proud owner."
Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Sanjay, I know there are two things common between you and I. One is the absolute unabated love for sport. And second is listening. Of course, you also do sing beautifully, but listening to old Hindi songs. Does any example on the sporting world, be it a player, be it a team, be it a coach, resonate with you when it comes to a great experience or loyalty by a player, by a team or a coach? So if you could illustrate something on that.
Yeah, you forgot the other part that binds us, our love for the amber liquid.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I often say, Sanjay, that sport is really life in fast forward. And what I mean by that is that I'm saying typically life is full of ups and downs. I mean, you've got incredible highs, you've got times when virtually nothing is happening, and you've got times when you've got lows. Now, you experience these highs and lows and these stagnant periods over a long horizon of time. And therefore, often when one is exposed to something new, you don't know how to react to it. Isn't it?
True.
So you look at sport, and actually sport encompasses all these highs and lows and stagnant phases in a very short and condensed period of time. And therefore, I feel that if I look at sport and if I learn from sport, perhaps I'll be able to apply those lessons in life. And I'm just look at what happened. I know Kolkata is football crazy. Everyone must be staying up late to the World Cup matches.
Absolutely.
But I was watching the Saudi Arabia match. There was a Poland-Argentina match going on at the same time. And if you just saw the graph of the individual supporters during that, and they would have seen enormous highs and enormous lows. And finally, that, the way that it panned out is the way that it panned out. But now through that, what does it tell you? That you are going to be exposed to this. And sometimes you're going to be horribly disappointed. Sometimes you will end up being a victor. But how can you maintain that equanimity right through the period? In a 50-over game, for example, they say that the 20th to the 40th over or the 10th to the 40th over is a time of consolidation. Even during a consolidation phase in our own careers, in our own lives, how are we still able to get some of that excitement up? How are we still able to add some flavor to what we are doing? So I think that's what I mean by saying sport is life and fast forward, and there's just so much that we can learn. I mean, you just take the example of Kohli. I mean, he's world's greatest, gone through such a bad phase. And when he's going through a bad phase, just look at the noise that he's surrounded by. There are every ex-cricketer is telling him that you have to play more, play more, play more. Now, in all of that noise, actually the thing that he does is take a step back and say, how do I rekindle the love that I have for this sport? And therefore, he takes a month break, 2 months break. Perhaps I think he said he didn't touch a bat during that phase. And then he comes back and he's just a transformed man. So I think there's a lesson here in it for all of us also, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Sanjay, it's been fascinating, absolutely. Thank you so much for doing this. The clock in front of me tells me that we've run out of time, but thank you so much. Each time I meet you, there's so much to understand, there's so much to learn. You taking out your time out of your busy schedule to even come online has been a pleasure. Thank you so much. So to the audience, if there are any questions, we're happy to take 1 or 2 of them. But I know we are coming in between the awards and your cocktails. So if there are no questions, we'll then wind up. Please do let us know. Right, Sanjay. Thank you so much. No questions from here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Either I've been very clear or very obtuse. I'm hoping that I've been more clear than obtuse.
It's been absolutely fantastic. Fantastic.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you.
Have a good time.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. Dhruba Mukherjee, CEO of AVP Private Limited, to kindly come on stage to give away the memento to Mr. Sanjay Hiranandani, and also he'll be taking it on behalf of Mr. Sanjay Purohit. We'd also request you to accept it on behalf. Thank you. So 1 minute, we just... Thank you very much for this very interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with our award function. Just give us a couple of minutes to do the setup. 5 minutes. We'll take 5 minutes to do the setup, and in the meantime, I will read out some of our sponsors: the host state, Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal; data center partner, Yota; cybersecurity partner, Palo Alto; gold partner, NTT; silver partner, CrowdStrike; delegate partner, JIS University; Infocom Changemakers Award partners, HP, Reddington, and Sentinel One; Dot One, 4C Plus; Principal partner, HR Forum, Adamas University; CIO and Security Forum, EY; co-host, STPI; session sponsor, Cybolt; digital transformation partner, TCG Digital; CISO session partner, ACOPS; hybrid cloud partner, SIFI; learning partner, Edge Global; education partner, SNU; IT space partner, Infinity; spotlight session powered by Ambuja Neotia; startup forum, co-partner, NDHGO; associate sponsors, Tata Communication, Dhruva; DCC Services, Barracuda; Pinnacle Infotech, Segrit, Power associate partners, teachers, HRFI, admissiontree.in, IEEE, ComSoc; community partner, Infosec Foundation; supported by TAI Kolkata, NASCOM, CIO Club, SARC Chamber; refreshment partner, Gia Bharali Tea Cafe; and radio partner, 91.9 Friends FM. We request all of you to kindly remain seated. We will start with our award function in a very short while from now. Please bear with us.
Check, 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 check. Yashasvi Mudumbai.
Director, System.
Yeah, Director, Systems Engineering. Systems Engineering.
To kind of come forward and speak a few words. You stay there, and then I will speak out one by one.
Okay.
Yes, the first slide, right?
Okay.
Looks like this.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll request everyone to can come down and take a picture with him, right? So once, yeah, exactly. So once he is done speaking, he's given all the awards, and I'll request everyone to come with their awards, stand by him, and then.
Yeah.
Or should it be one each?
Your wish, whatever you say.
Whatever you say, you're the boss, so you have to tell me what.
Whatever works, actually, in a general format, whatever works. Check, check, check. When I end my speech for 3-4 minutes, what cue do I give, or what cue do? Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start off with the award function, the CIO award function, and this is going to be very interesting. All over the world, IT and communication professionals have led organizations in the last 2 years to survive the pandemic. They have accelerated the organization's digital transformations with path-breaking solutions. Their contributions have helped develop and maintain robust IT infrastructure, support critical operations, aid uninterrupted customer service, and facilitate remote work setup. In this edition of Infocom Changemakers Award, we recognize top CIOs from India and Bangladesh who have turned adversity into opportunity in the following categories. We start off with the cybersecurity category. Sentinel-1 presents ICMA Security Awards, and to give away these awards, I would like to request Mr. Yashasvi Mudumbai, Director, Systems Engineering, to kindly come forward and speak a few words. Sir.
Thank you. Good evening. How are you all? I'm pretty sure that you must be bored with a lot of presentations. I'm not going to do any kind of presentations, just a quick chat, on the Cybersecurity Summit, and let's take it further from there on the awards, right? Talking about Sentinel-1, you must have heard about, Sentinel-1 yesterday. You must have understood the pitch, what we do, and so on and so forth. So, three things. What do we do separately? What do we do differently? And what is the message that you can actually take it further from here is cybersecurity. If you look at cybersecurity, threats are always evolving. How do you make sure that your organization keeps up with all of these threats? How do I make sure that I don't have to keep looking at threats on a daily basis? I don't have to update something in order to detect something. How do I make sure that in an autonomous manner, I can make sure that I can detect all these threats? And most of all, if there is an engine which can integrate with all of my existing security investments, let it be, we can call it as XDR, we can call it as API integration, you can name it anything. But all the CISOs have done enough investments. How do I make sure I leverage these investments? How do I make sure that I integrate with my IAM platforms? How do I make sure that I integrate with my ZTNA platforms? How do I get actionable intelligence? That's exactly what an XDR does, and we are pioneers in that. So with that, I'm going to end. I'm not going to talk much about the product. Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, we move on to the cybersecurity category. I'll call out the names. Dr. Izazul Haq of Commercial Bank of Ceylon. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your award. Dr. Izazul Haq. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to keep on with those applauses, with the music. Heartiest congratulations, Dr. Izazul Haq. Mr. Navanithan M. from GROW, may I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your award from Mr. Yashashvi Mudumbai. Mr. Navanithan M. I think he's going to take the award from us in a bit. Mr. Partha Sengupta from ITC Infotech India Limited. Huge round of applause as he comes to the dais to take away the award.
Good to meet you again, sir.
Mr. Sandeep Banerjee from Bandhan Bank Limited. May I request you to kindly come onto the stage, please? Mr. Sandeep Banerjee, and here he is. Heartiest congratulations. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, Information Technology Department, West Bengal. May I request you to kindly come onto the stage and take away the award for cyber security. Here he is. Put your hands together with the music. Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Yashashvi Mudumbai, for giving away that. Sorry. Oh, okay. Mr. Navanithan M. is here from GROW. May I request you, sir, to kindly come forward to receive your award. Put your hands together.
Thank you so much, sir.
I will request Mr. Navanithan to stay on stage, and I will request all the other awardees for this section to kindly come forward quickly with your awards, with the awards that you've received, for a quick photograph. Thank you very much, and heartiest congratulations to the winners. We now move on to the automation category. HPE and Aruba presents ICMA Automation Awards. I would like to request Mr. Abir Banerjee, National Business Manager, to speak a few words. Here he is. Give him a round of applause as Mr. Abir Banerjee comes onto the stage to speak a few words. Sir, you want to...
Or I can use this one. Good evening. Good evening. I think we can have a round of good evening. Thank you. I need not speak about HPE, right? Possibly the largest, the most respected IT organization globally. I represent a business unit of HPE, which happens to be the youngest son of HPE. It's called Aruba. Anybody here would tell me what does Aruba mean? And that's all that I will say, nothing more. Anybody would like to make an attempt? What does Aruba mean? Right? Just as Cisco might say that from San Francisco. Aruba means it's a small island in the Caribbean seas. And it's known for its high happiness index, right? What are we here to deliver? We are here to deliver happiness to you, right? At the end of the day, whatever we deliver, it needs to lead into some sort of a satisfaction, which is happiness. That's what we do. We are central key to your business transformation, to your digital transformation, and that's what we would like to remain relevant by delivering our products such that it can meet your expectations and you can grow in your digital journey. That's what HP Aruba does. And I told you, our motto is customer first, customer last, right? That's what we say, and that's what I'd like to keep it within, right? I think I had spoken along in the morning. So with that, we can start the award ceremony.
Sure, sir. We'll do that. I'd like to call out the first name. Mr. Amit Khan, M Junction Services Limited. May I request you to come and take away the award? Mr. Amit Khan. Okay, we move on to the next name, Mr. Anand Budolia from Birla Corporation. May I request you to come forward, please? Mr. Anand Budolia. All right, we move on to the next name, Mr. Arun Kumar Pradhan, OPGC. Mr. Arun Kumar Pradhan of OPGC. Mr. Arup Chaudhary. Mr. Arup Chaudhary. I think they'll all come together to take away the awards. Mr. Atanu Pramanik from Hindalco. Mr. Atanu Pramanik. All right, he's here. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Mr. Dinesh Talnia from APL Apollo Tubes Limited. APL Apollo Tubes Limited, Mr. Dinesh Talnia. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Dr. Bharat Bhushan, Tata Metallics. May I request you to kindly come onto the stage, please? Dr. Bharat Bhushan. Mr. Kamal Karnatak, RJ Corp. Yes, he's here. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais? Heartiest congratulations, sir. Mr. Manik Paul from Vikram Solar. Mr. Manik Paul from Vikram Solar. Mr. Parnal Ghosh. Mr. Parnal Ghosh. All right, he's here. Round of applause. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Dr. Sandeep Pradhan from Exide Industries Limited. Louder round of applause, please. These are the automation awards, and Mr. Abir Banerjee is giving away the awards. Mr. Sanjay Chakravarti from L&T Limited. Mr. Sanjay Chakravarti from L&T Limited Defense. Here he is. Round of applause, please, everyone. Keep up the beat with the music. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Mr. Sanjay Prasad, CESC Power Group. Mr. Sanjay Prasad, here he is. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, sir. Mr. Sanjoy Sen from ITC Limited. Mr. Sanjoy Sen. Here he is. Mr. Saradindu Paul from Electrosteel Castings Limited. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais. Mr. Saurav Das. Mr. Saurav Das from Aditya Birla Group, SL Mining. Yes, he's coming up. Mr. Saurav Das from Aditya Birla Group, SL Mining. Congratulations, sir. Mr. Sujoy Sen, Linde, India. Mr. Sujoy Sen. Mr. Sumit Dattagupta from Haldia Petrochemicals. Mr. Sumit Dattagupta. Wonderful. Keep those applauses coming. Mr. Bhaskar Bhaumik from KDS Group. Mr. Bhaskar Bhaumik. Here he is, coming up to take the award for automation. Congratulations, sir. Mr. A. Shiju Rauthar from SBI Mutual Fund. A. Shiju Rauthar from SBI Mutual Fund. Here he is. Round of applause. Congratulations, sir. I would like to request Mr. Abdullah Farid, Rankon Holdings Limited, to kindly come on to the stage to take away the award. Here he is. I think I should say thank you to you, sir. Thank you very much for presenting those awards. We will move on to the innovation category. .1 and 4C plus. I'm sorry, I missed out on this. I have to call back Mr. Abir Banerjee once again and all the awardees for a photograph. This is my bad. I'm sorry. With everybody. I will just have to request Mr. A. Shilju Rauthar and Abdullah Farid to kindly come in the next batch because you're in the innovation batch. I'm so sorry, I did a little faux pas there. So I'll request Mr. Shilju Rauthar and Abdullah Farid to kindly come in the next group. I'm going to call you in the next group. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations, sir. We will move on to the innovation category. .1 and 4C Plus presents ICMA Awards. Mr. Sanjay Hiranandani, Managing Director, will give away the awards. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais. May I also request Mr. Sujit Kulkarni, CEO, and Mr. Ankur Sugar, COO, to also be present with him on stage. And I request Mr. Hiranandani to speak a few words. Sir.
Good evening again. I guess it gives me an opportunity to talk for about a couple of minutes about our company. So why the three of us are over here? Because we co-founded .1 Solutions about 8 years ago. .1 Solutions is a completely services company where we believe that providing business outcomes is most important when you use IT as a technology layer. We also represent a company called 4C Plus, which has announced a merger with .1, and this merger is under process right now. 4C Plus is a completely software development company. We've got 110 software developers. We build our own products for the media and entertainment industry. We build our own products for the retail industry. So much about .1 and 4C Plus. At .1 we do implementations around SAP, Kronos, and various other things. I won't bore you with the details. But this category of awards is for excellence in innovation. And I think, a lot of people keep wondering what exactly is innovation, because innovation sometimes is used so loosely. I have no doubt that everyone who's receiving the awards over here for innovation has done path-breaking work in their organization. But if you really look at it, innovation is about taking an idea to an invoice. If you're able to create an idea where somebody is ready to put money behind that idea, only then please call it an innovation. Otherwise, it's only an improvement. As far as excellence is concerned, we all know excellence is not an act, it's a habit. So make it a habit every single day. It's not about doing it once, it's about doing it every time. So much for my little bit of speech. We can start with the awards.
Thank you, sir. Sir, shall I take a minute? Thank you. May I now request Mr. Abhijit Chatterjee from TCG Life Sciences to kindly come forward, please. And keep those applauses coming. Ladies and gentlemen, where are your claps for the winners? Mr. Abhijit Chatterjee here to receive the award from Mr. Sanjay Hiranandani. Heartiest congratulations, sir. May I request Mr. Alok Majumdar from Hoi Choi Technologies Private Limited. A huge round of applause as he comes on to the stage to take away his award for innovation. Put your hands together for Mr. Alok Majumdar. Mr. Anirban Roy from Pentation Analytics, may I request you to kindly come onto the stage, please? Mr. Anirban Roy. Mr. Gautam Datta of Bajaj Allianz. Gautam Datta from Bajaj Allianz. Mohammad Masukur Rahman from the Premier Bank Limited. Okay, here he is. Mohammad Masukur Rahman from the Premier Bank Limited to receive the Innovation Award. Heartiest congratulations, sir. May I request Madam Mitali Biswas from the Calcutta Medical Research Institute to kindly come forward. Put your hands together for the gorgeous lady. Heartiest congratulations, ma'am. May I request Mr. Samrat Banerjee from the Imami Group to kindly come forward, please. And a round of applause as he comes onto the stage to take his award. Mr. Sharbani Bhatia from Jagran Media. Sorry, Madam Sharbani Bhatia, I'm so sorry. The gorgeous lady, once again. Heartiest congratulations, ma'am. And my apologies, this is the second time I've said Mr. to you, and my apologies. Mr. Suresh Vijay Raghavan from the Hindu Group, may I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your award. Keep those applauses coming. We need to applaud for the winners because this is the moment that they have been waiting for, and we love to applaud for winners so that we can encourage them to do even better. I'll request all the award winners to kindly come forward with their awards for a photo opportunity here. Everybody. Thank you very much, and heartiest congratulations to the winners. Mr. Sanjay Hiranandani, I would like to request you to kindly come onto the stage again because Mr. Gautam Datta of Bajaj Allianz is here with us and he would like to receive the award from you. Mr. Gautam Datta? Yes, here he is. He couldn't miss this opportunity at all. So obviously I had to call you back again. Thank you very much and congratulations. May I request Mr. Yashasvi Mudumbai to kindly come onto the stage, please, to give away one of the awards. May I request Mr. K.K. Mahapatra, Head Advisor of Infocom, to kindly come on stage, and I will request Mr. Arun Kumar Pradhan to kindly come onto the stage to take away his award for automation. Heartiest congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the Lifetime Achievement Awards. And to give away these awards, may I request Mr. S. Radhakrishnan, Executive Director and President of Infinity Group, to kindly come on stage, please. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Infinity is a real estate, and we have 7 buildings in Sector 5. So we house the IT experts and nothing more than that. But we have the infrastructure, which is state of the art. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I will request you to give away the awards now. And I will call out the names. The Lifetime Achievement Awards. May I request Mr. Atanu Roy of Biocon Group to kindly come forward for the Lifetime Achievement Award. That's a beautifully designed award. And I'm sure all the awardees are going to love their awards when they're going to take them home. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Mr. Debashish Roy, RPSG Ventures. Mr. Debashish Roy, RPSG Ventures. I request you to kindly come onto the stage and take your award. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir. Mr. Dhananjay Khanna of SBI Cards, may I request you, sir, to kindly come forward and take your Lifetime Achievement Award from Mr. S. Radhakrishnan, Executive Director and President of Infinity Group. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Dr. Yashk Sharma of IOCL. Yashk Sharma, Dr. Yashk Sharma, may I request you to kindly come onto the stage to take your Lifetime Achievement Award. Ms. Maya Nair from Chrysal Limited. Ms. Maya Nair from Chrysal Limited, may I request you, ma'am, to kindly come onto the stage and receive your award for Lifetime Achievement. Heartiest congratulations, ma'am. Professor Dr. J.S. Sodhi from Amity University. May I request you, sir, to kindly come forward. Here he is. Heartiest congratulations, sir. May I request Mr. Sankarshan Banerjee from RBL Bank to kindly come forward to receive his Lifetime Achievement Award from Mr. S. Radhakrishnan. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir. Mr. Sarajit Jha from Tata Steel. Sir, may I request you to kindly come onto the stage to receive your award. Mr. V. Sendil Kumar from Sriram Capital Limited. Here he is. Give him a round of applause. V. Sendil Kumar from Sriram Capital Limited to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Mr. V.V. Rajashekhar from ITC Limited. All right. He's not here. May I request all the awardees to kindly come with their awards, the Lifetime Achievement Awards, onto the day so that they can have a photo opportunity with Mr. S. Radhakrishnan. Thank you, Mr. S. Radhakrishnan, and thank you to all the award winners here. Congratulations to each one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our CIO Awards. We will now break for this day. We are at the end of the second day. We are going to start early tomorrow, so we request everyone to please come in, join us early, so that we can start off with our day on time and we can complete on time. Thank you, and please join us for dinner now. Thank you.